Schedule it for later. Hey, yo, I was about to hop in your room, man, and let trying to reschedule for at least 9:30 tonight. Everybody, watching that Jeebus debate.
I mean, shoot. I mean, we can read, bro. Like, I don't really care what they do. We can read.
All right.
I'm not gonna explain none of it though. They gonna figure that out on their own. We can break that down in private. But
It's all good. It's all good. Where we at now? It's only 5 chapters anyway. Ain't gonna take that long. No, I was just finna hop in the room that you open with. I'm gonna make one after this. All right. Ezekiel 40. In the 20th year of our exile, at the beginning of the year, on the 10th of the month, in the 14th year after the city was conquered, on the very day the hand of Yah came upon me, and he brought me there. In a divine vision, he brought me to the land of Yasharal. He set me down on a very high mountain, near which there was something like the structure of a city to the south. He brought me there, and behold, there was a man whose appearance was like that of copper, with a linen cord and a measuring rod in his hand. He was standing by the gate. The man said to me, Son of man, see with your eyes and hear with your ears, and set your heart to all that I am showing you. For it was in order to show you that you have been brought here. Relate all that you see to the house of Yasharal. Behold, there was a wall outside the temple surrounding it, and the man's hand was a measuring rod of 6 cubits, each cubit being a cubit and a handbreadth. He measured the thickness of the wall structure as one measuring rod, and its height as one rod. Then he went to a gate that faced eastward and went up its steps. He measured the doorpost of the gate as one rod in width, and the other doorpost as one rod in width. Each cell was one rod in length and one rod in width, and between the cells were walls of 5 cubits. The doorpost of the gate inside the hall of the gate was one rod thick. He measured the walls of the inside hall of the gate as one rod. Then he measured the hall of the gate as 8 cubits long, and its pillars as 2 cubits. And I believe a cubit's like 1.5 feet, so that'd be like, if I'm not mistaken, it's 1.5 feet. The whole of the gate faced inward. The cells of the eastern gate were 3 on the one side and 3 on the other, the same size for the 3 of them, and the same size for the pillars on the one side and on the other. Then he measured the width of the opening of the gate as 10 cubits. The length of the gate was 13 cubits. There was a space of 1 cubit before the cells on one side, and a space of 1 cubit on the other. The cell was 6 cubits on the one side and 6 cubits on the other side. Then he measured the gate from the roof of one cell to the roof of the opposite cell as 25 cubits in width, an entrance opposite an entrance. Then he made pillars 60 cubits high, and so it was for every pillar of the courtyard at the gates all around. The height of the entry gate, as well as the height of the inner hall of the gate, was 50 cubits. There were narrowing windows for the cells and for their side walls, facing inwards toward the gate all around. Also the halls had windows all around, facing inward. Each pillar had a date palm capital. Then he brought me to the outer courtyard, and behold, chambers and a balcony were provided for the courtyard all around, 30 chambers on the balcony. The balcony was off to the sides of the gates. The bottom of the balcony was flush with the top of the gates. Then he measured the width from the front of the lower gate to the front of the inner courtyard on its outside as 100 cubits. This was the distance in the east and in the north. Then he measured the gate of the outer courtyard that faced northward, its length and its width. Its cells, 3 on the one side and 3 on the other side. Its pillars and its halls were like the size of the first gate. Its height was 50 cubits, and its width was 25 cubits. Its windows, its hall, and its date palm capitals were like the sides of the gate that faced east. They would ascend to it by 7 steps, its halls being before them. There was a gate to the inner courtyard opposite the gate to the north and to the east. He measured from the outer gate to the inner gate as 100 cubits. Then he took me towards the south, and behold, there was a gate at the south. He measured its pillars and halls. They were of the same dimensions as those. They were there were windows for it, and for its halls all around, like those windows, 50 cubits in height and 25 cubits in width. Its stairway was of 7 steps, with its halls before them. It had date palm capitals, one on the other side, one on one side, and one on the other, on its pillars. There was a gate to the inner courtyard toward the south. He measured from the outer gate to the inner gate of the south as 100 cubits. Then he brought me to the inner courtyard through the southern gate, and he measured the southern gate. It was of the same dimensions as those. Its cells, its pillars, and its halls were of the same dimension as those, and there were windows for it, and for it halls all around, 50 cubits in height and 25 cubits in width. There were halls all around, 25 cubits in length and 5 cubits in width. Its halls faced toward the outer courtyard. There were date palm capitals on its pillars, and its stairway was of 8 steps. Then he brought me to the inner courtyard through the east gate, and he measured the gate. It was of the same dimensions as those. Its cells, its pillars, and its halls were of the same dimensions of those. And there were windows for it, and its halls all around. It was 50 cubits in height, and 25 cubits in width. Its halls faced toward the outer courtyard. There were date palm capitals on its pillars on the one side and on the other, and its stairway was of 8 steps. Then he brought me to the northern gate and measured it. It was the same dimensions as those. It had cells, pillars, and halls, and windows for it all around, 50 cubits in height and 25 cubits in width. Its halls faced the outer courtyard, and there were date palm capitals on its pillars on the one side and on the other. Its stairway was of 8 steps. There was a chamber there with its entrance facing the side walls of the gates. There they would rinse the burnt offering. In the hall of this gate were 2 tables on one side and 2 tables on the other, near which to slaughter the burnt offering and the sin offering and the guilt offering. Along the shoulder of the gate, outside the hall, as one ascended into the opening of the northern gate, there were 2 tables. Along with the other shoulder of the gate's halls were 2 tables. Altogether 4 tables on the one side and 4 tables on the other side along the shoulder of the gate. 8 tables near which they would slaughter. There were also 4 tables for the burnt offering, of hewn stone, 1 cubit and a half in length, 1 cubit and a half in width, and 1 cubit in height. Upon them they would lay the implements with which they would slaughter the burnt offering and any other sacrifice. There were also hooks of 1 handbreadth set up inside the inner courtyard all around, and the flesh of the offerings was prepared upon the tables. Outside the inner gate were chambers for the choristers in the inner courtyard along the flank of the northern gate, facing towards the south, and there was also 1 chamber along the flank of the eastern gate, facing towards the north. He said to me, "This chamber which faces south is for the Kohanim, the guardians of the charge of the house, and the chamber that they face north, and the chamber that faces north is for the Kohanim, the guardians of the charge of the altar. They who are the descendants of Zadok are the ones from among the sons of Levi who approach Yahweh to serve him." Then he measured the inner courtyard. It was 100 cubits in length and 100 cubits in width, square. The altar was before the temple. Then he brought me to the hall of the temple. He measured the thickness of the side wall of the hall as 5 cubits on the one side and 5 cubits on the other. And the width of the gate was 3 cubits on the one side and 3 cubits on the other. The length of the hall was 25 cubits, and its width was 11 cubits. There were steps by which one ascended to the hall, and there were pillars for the doorposts, one on the one side and one on the other. chapter 41. Then he brought me to the sanctuary. He measured the side walls of the entrance at 6 cubits wide on the one side and 6 cubits wide on the other, the width of the tent. The width of the entrance was 10 cubits, and the walls of the shoulders on the and the walls on the shoulders of the entrance were 5 cubits on the one side and 5 cubits on the other. He measured its length as 40 cubits, and it was 20 cubits in width. Then he entered the inner sanctum. He measured the side walls of the entrance as 2 cubits wide. The entrance was 6 cubits in height, and the width of the entrance was 7 cubits. He measured its length as 20 cubits, and its width as 20 cubits along the sanctuary. He said to me, "This is the Holy of Holies." Then he measured the thickness of the wall of the temple as 6 cubits. The width of each cell was 4 cubits, surrounding the temple all around. The cells were arranged, cell upon cell, 33 in number. They rested upon the inner wall of the cells all around, and were anchored there, but they were not anchored into the wall of the temple building. You know what that reminded me of? Don't they say we have like 33 spinal columns or something? Just all the cell talk and shit like
Yeah.
that. The cells became broader, and there was a spiral stairway of the levels of the cells proceeding upward, for the temple was surrounded by successive levels all around the cell structure. Thus, the widest part of the cell structure was at the top level, and thus one would ascend from the lowest to the highest through the middle cells. Huh. I saw the height of the temple all around. The foundations of the cells were a full rod thick, a 6 cubit space. The width of the cell's wall toward the outside was 5 cubits. There was also an open space at the end of the temple cells. Between the chambers and the temple building, there was a 20 cubit wide space around the temple all around. The entrance to the cell structure was by the open space. One entrance to the north and one entrance to the south. The width of the open space was 5 cubits all around. The entire structure that was built alongside the main temple building was 70 cubits in width on its western side. The outer wall of the structure was 5 cubits in width all around, and its length was 90 cubits. Then he measured the temple building as 100 cubits in length, the main temple building. The cell structure and its walls were 100 cubits in length. The width of the front of the building and the main temple building on the east was 100 cubits. He measured the length of the structure along the main temple building going towards its rear, including its corner structures. What the hell? Including its corner structures. What the hell was I? On the one side and the other, as 100 cubits. Now the sanctuary and the inner sanctum and the halls of the courtyard, there were doorposts, narrowing windows, and square pillars all around for all three of the areas. Opposite the doorposts was wood paneling all around, as well as on the wall, from the ground to the windows. The windows were partly covered, to above the doorway and until the inner sanctum and outward, and to the entire wall all around, in the inner sanctum and in the outer room. The panels were of the same dimensions. The panels were engraved with cherubim and date palms, with a date palm between cherub and cherub. Each cherub had two faces. There was the face of a person toward the date palm on the one side, and the face of a young lion toward the date palm on the other side. So it was engraved for the entire interior all around. I'm just trying to picture it as I'm reading. The cherubim and the date palms were engraved from the ground until above the entrance, and so it was for the wall of the sanctuary. The sanctuary had a square doorpost, and from the entrance to the Holy of Holies, the appearance was like the appearance. Dot dot dot. What's this talking about? I guess it's relating it to according to Rashi, relating it to chapter 1, the chariot. The altar was of wood 3 cubits tall, and its length was 2 cubits, including its corners. Its surface and its sides were of wood. He said to me, "This is the table that is before Yah." There were 2 doors to the sanctuary and to the Holy of Holies. Each set of door had 2 doors, 2 swinging doors. Two comprised one door, and 2 doors comprised the other. Engraved upon them, upon the doors of the sanctuary, were cherubim and date palms, just as they were engraved on the walls. There was a thick wooden beam going into the front wall of the hall, towards the outside. There were narrowing windows and date palms on the one side and on the other, on the shoulders of the hall. He also showed me the casings of the temple and the beams. 42. Then he took me then he took me out to the outer courtyard in the direction going toward the north, and he brought me to the chamber that was opposite the main temple building and the structure to the north, facing the 100 cubit length by the northern entrance, and the courtyard's width was 50 cubits. It was opposite the 20 cubits of the inner courtyard and opposite the balcony of the outer courtyard. Pillar faced pillar in the 3 story complex. So 3 stories again, like the ark. In the front of the chambers was a passageway 10 cubits in width, leading to the inner space through a 1 cubit path, and their entrances faced north. The upper chambers were narrow because the pillars took up space from them, from the lower and the middle ones of the structure, for they were 3 storied, and they did not have pillars like the pillars of the courtyards. Hence, the lower and middle chambers were deprived of floor space. The wall that faced the outside opposite the chambers, toward the direction of the outer courtyard in front of the chambers, its length was 50 cubits. For the length of the chambers, which were adjacent to the outer courtyard, was 50 cubits. And there before the temple building was 100 cubits long. Downhill from these chambers, as one comes from the east, coming towards them from the outer courtyard, along the width of the eastern wall of the inner courtyard, opposite the main temple building and the structure, were chambers. There was a passage before them. Theirs was like the appearance of northern chambers, like their length, like their width, and like all their exits, their measurements, and the entrances, and like the entrances of the chambers that were to the south. There was an entrance at the main approach, an approach that led to the platform of the singers, the easterly path as they entered. Then he said to me, "The northern chambers and southern chambers that face the main temple building are the holy chambers where the Kohanim who approach Yah may eat the most holy offerings. There they may put down the most holy offerings, the meal offering, the sin offering, and the guilt offering, for the place is holy. When the Kohanim arrive there, they shall not leave the holy place directly to the outer courtyard. Rather, they shall leave their garments in which they minister, for they are holy. They shall don other garments, and then approach the domain of the people." Verse 15. When he finished the measurements of the inner house, he took me out by the way of the gate that faced eastward, and then measured it all around. He measured the eastern side with the measuring rod. It was 500 rods with the measuring rod all around. He measured the northern side as 500 rods with the measuring rod all around. He measured the southern side as 500 rods with the measuring rod. Circling around to the western side, he measured 500 rods with the measuring rod. On 4 sides, he measured it. It had a wall all around it, 500 rods in length and 500 in width, to separate between holy and the common areas.
Calm. Okay, 43. My allergies bothering me. Then he led me to a gate that faces east. And behold, the glory of Elohim of Israel was coming from the east. Its sound was like the sound of a multitude of waters, and the earth shone with his glory. It was a vision like the vision I had seen before, like the vision I had seen when I came to prophetically destroy the city, and visions like the vision I had seen at the river Kibar, and I fell upon my face. The glory of Adonai then entered the temple by the way of the gate that faced east. Then a ruach lifted me up and brought me into the inner courtyard, and behold, the glory of Adonai filled the temple. I heard him addressing himself to me from the temple, and there was a man standing next to me. He said to me, Son of man, this is the place of my throne and the place of my footstool where I will dwell amongst the children of Israel forever. The house of Israel will no longer defile my holy name, they and their kings with their promiscuous idolatry, and with the corpses of their kings, and with their high places, by placing their threshold with my threshold, and their doorpost next to my doorpost, with a wall with but a wall between me and them, whereby they defiled my holy name with the abominations they committed, so that I consumed them in my anger. Now they will distance their promiscuous idolatry and the corpses of their kings from me, that I may dwell among them forever. You, son of man, tell the house of Israel about the temple, and let them be ashamed of their iniquities and calculate the temple's design. If they become ashamed of all they have done, then make known to them the form of the temple and its design. That's why they don't be getting it, brother soul. They're not ashamed of anything. You, son of man, tell the house of Israel about the temple, and let them be ashamed of their iniquities and calculate the temple's design. If they be ashamed of all they have done, then make known to them the form of the temple and its design. And the word for form is tabanach, or like fashion, form, or likeness of the temple. Psalms 144, verse 12 will let you know that it's in the same fashion or form or likeness as the sons and daughters of Israel. Its exits, its entrances, and all its buildings, forms, and all its Torah, all its design, and all its teachings, and write this all down before their eyes so that they may safeguard its entire form and all its rules and fulfill them. So if they don't understand the temple, they're not going to be able to fulfill anything. Let me read it again. You, son of man, tell the house of Israel about the temple, and let them be ashamed of their iniquities and calculate the temple's design. If they become ashamed of all they have done, then make known to them the form of the temple and its design, its exits, its entrances, and all its building forms, all its Torah, all its designs, and all its teachings, and write it all down before their eyes so that they may safeguard its entire form and all its rules and fulfill them. This is the teaching regarding the temple. Atop the mountain, its entire boundary all around shall be most holy. Behold, this is the teaching regarding the temple. Now, these are the dimensions of the altar in cubits, each cubit being a cubit and a handbreadth, except for the base, 1 cubit wide, the cubit of the ledge's width and one border, and on the border pieces upon the edge all around of one span each, and this too for the top of the inner altar. From the foundation upon the ground up to the lower shelf is 2 cubits, the shelf being 1 cubit in width. From the smaller shelf to the larger shelf, 4 cubits, the shelf being 1 cubit in width. The block of the hearth area is 4 cubits high, and from the hearth area, 4 horns project upwards. The hearth area is 12 cubits long by 12 cubits wide, square, for its 4 quadrants. The uppermost shelf is 14 cubits long by 14 cubits wide, for its 4 quadrants. The border pieces all around are half a cubit. Its base is a cubit wide all around. Whoever ascends its ramp would face eastward. All right. So like the spiral staircase, like okay, that's on the inside, but the outside the altar of sacrifice. So like at first you're facing the temple that faces east. So you're like looking at the temple. And then when you get like behind the altar, like you're like watching yourself on the altar or whatnot. And then like you turn around again to like enter in. It's like the 360 thing. Okay, and then you go inside and then the inward lights and like you looking around. This is the place where you learn amongst like the wise counsel of prophets and kings and everybody else that's learned from these things. And then you go to the incense altar, and it's the same thing. You're facing it, and then you stand behind it, and then like you like turn around to go like holy of holies. It's the 360 again or whatnot. And then when you get behind the curtain or whatnot, there like there's the 360 staircase to like go up. Like, it's the same. Then you're like facing inward, and then you're like be able to look outward again, like correctly or whatnot. All right, whatever. Then he said to me, Son of man, thus saith Yah Elohim, these are the laws of the altar on the day that it is made, to offer a burnt offering on it and to sprinkle blood on it. You shall give to the Kohanim, to the Levites, who are from the seed of Zadok, who approach me, the word of Yah Elohim, to serve me, a young bull for a sin offering. You shall take some of its blood and place it upon its four horns and upon the four corners of the uppermost shelf and upon the border all around. Thus you will cleanse it and purify it. Then you shall take the bull of the sin offering and burn it at its edge of the temple, outside the sanctuary. On the second day you shall offer an unblemished he goat for a sin offering, and they shall cleanse the altar as they have cleansed it with the bull. When you have finished cleansing, you shall offer an unblemished young bull and an unblemished ram from the flock. You shall offer them before Adonai. The Kohanim shall throw salt upon them and offer them up as a burnt offering to Yah. For 7 days you shall prepare a he goat as a sin offering for each day, and they shall prepare an unblemished young bull and a ram from the flock. For 7 days shall they purify the altar, and they shall cleanse it and inaugurate it. When these days have passed, it shall be that from the 8th day onward the Kohanim may prepare on the altar your burnt offerings and your peace offerings, and I will accept you with favor. The word of Yah Elohim. Then he returned me towards the outer gate of the sanctuary, which faces eastward, and it was closed. Adonai said to me, this gate shall be closed, it shall not be opened. No man may come through it, because Adonai, Elohim of Israel, has come through it. It shall be closed. It is for the prince. He is the leader. So he will sit within to eat food before Adonai. He shall come in by the way of the hall of the eastern gate, and by that way he shall depart. Then he brought me toward the northern gate to the front of the temple building, and behold, I saw that the glory of Adonai filled the house of Adonai. And I fell upon my face. And Yah said to me, Son of man, set your heart and see with your eyes and hear with your ears all that I am saying to you about the Torah of the temple of Yah and all its teachings. And set your heart towards the entrance of the temple and to all its exits of the sanctuary. Then say to the house of rebellion, to the house of Israel, Thus saith Yah Elohim, you have indulged too much in all your abominations, O house of Israel, by bringing in strangers of uncircumcised heart and uncircumcised flesh to be in my sanctuary, to defile my temple when you offer my food, fat, and blood. And they have violated my covenant in addition to all your abominations. You did not safeguard the charge of my holy places. You set as guardians of my charge in my sanctuary those who were for yourself. All right, so this right here is like very simple to explain. Right, it says it right here: by bringing in strangers of uncircumcised heart and of uncircumcised flesh to be in my sanctuary, to defile my temple when you offer my food, fat, and blood. That's not talking about Israelites. So this is not talking about any other temple that we've had. This ain't talking about Zerubbabel and Joshua's temple where Joshua was serving in there as Kohen Gadol. This ain't talking about none of that. This talking about way after the Maccabean stuff, like when the other people was taking over our stuff and serving in our sanctuary and teaching weird doctrines where you don't need to be circumcised. Thus saith Yah Elohim, you have indulged too much in your abominations, O house of Israel, by bringing in strangers of uncircumcised heart and uncircumcised flesh to be in my sanctuary, to defile my temple when you offer my food, fat, and blood. And they have violated my covenant in addition to all your abominations. You did not safeguard the charge of my holy places. You set as guardians of my charge in my sanctuary those who were for yourselves. Thus saith Yah Elohim, Any estranged person of uncircumcised heart or uncircumcised flesh shall not enter my sanctuary. When did we ever, Brother Soul, can you ever point out a time in the Tanakh where we ever had uncircumcised flesh enter in our temple?
Hell no.
Right. So this is talking about something completely like way after all this. And like, okay, any estranged person from amongst the children of Israel. But those Levites who distanced themselves from me during Israel's straying, when they strayed from me after their idols, they shall bear their iniquity. They may be attendants in my sanctuary, responsible for the gates of the temple, serving the temple. They may slaughter the burnt offering and the feast offering of the people, and they may stand before them to serve them. But because they ministered to the people before their idols, and they became a stumbling block of iniquity for the house of Israel, therefore I have raised my hand against them, the word of Yah Elohim. And they shall bear their iniquity. They shall not approach me to serve me or to approach my holy places to the holy of holies, but they shall bear their shame and their abominations that they have committed. Yet I will make them guardians of the charge of the house for all its service and for everything that is done in it. But the Kohanim, the Levites, the descendants of Zadok, who safeguarded the charge of my sanctuary when the children of Israel strayed from me, let them draw near to me to serve me. This is also very simple right here. Brother Saul, did it say that these Levites right here, the sons of Zadok, went off or did they keep the charge?
Nah, they still strong.
Right. So this ain't talking about what they think it's talking about. But the Kohanim, the Levites, the descendants of Zadok, who safeguarded the charge of my sanctuary when the children of Israel strayed from me, let them draw near to serve me. Let them stand before me to offer me fat and blood, the word of Yah Elohim. They will come to my sanctuary and they will draw near to my table to serve me, and they will safeguard my charge. And it shall be when they come into the inner gates of the inner courtyard, they shall wear linen clothes. So, another thing to notice is that in verse 14, it says, for the Levites that he was like rebuking a little bit, he says, yet I will make them guardians of the charge of the house for all its service, for everything that is done in it. So these are the regular like Levites. And then the sons of Zadok, these are going to be the high priests. We only have one at a time. So there's going to be one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. So that's what it's talking about. It's not talking about just like one occurrence. So it wouldn't even make sense. But the Kohanim, the Levites, the descendants of Zadok, who safeguarded the charge of my sanctuary when the children of Israel strayed from me, let them draw near to serve me. Let them stand before me to offer me fat and blood, the word of Yah Elohim. They will come to my sanctuary and they will draw near to my table to serve me, and they will safeguard my charge. And it shall be when they come to the gates of the inner courtyard, they shall wear linen clothes. Wool shall not be upon them when they serve inside the gates of the inner courtyard within. Linen turbans shall be on their heads, and linen breeches shall be upon their loins. They shall not gird themselves where one perspires. When they go out to the outer courtyard to the people, they shall remove the clothes in which they have ministered and leave them in the holy chambers, and they shall don other garments. They shall not mingle with the people while wearing their clothes. It basically means like deal with them differently than like how you deal with me. They shall they shall not shave their heads. They shall not shave their heads. Hey, brother Souls, get in the edge up shaving the head.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. They not Levites. Let's keep going. They shall not shave their heads, nor shall they allow them to grow wild. This is the difference between them and the Nazarite. They shall keep their heads trimmed. No Kohen shall drink wine when they enter the inner courtyard. They shall not take a widow or a divorcee unto themselves for wives, but only virgins from the offspring of the house of Israel. But a widow who is only widowed, some Kohanim may marry. They shall instruct my people concerning the difference between the holy and the ordinary, and they shall inform them the difference between the contaminated and the clean. So this basically means like um, no Cardi B, no, it's just a song, no Tyler Perry, he wearing the dress, but it's just a movie. No, no, there's only two drops of poison in this soda. No, no, there, we teaching the Torah, but throwing JC in there. No, they shall instruct my people concerning the difference between holy and the ordinary, and they shall inform them the difference between the contaminated and the clean. So all that like weird stuff, that our people fall victim to from being in this society where everything has a little bit of leaven in it. Like you got brothers that like teaching the Bible on here and then they jump off listening to genocide music. They're not allowed. Concerning a disagreement, they shall stand in judgment, and they shall adjudicate them according to my Torah. They shall safeguard my teachings and my decrees. Regarding all my appointed times, they shall sanctify my Sabbaths. So these people that are going to be doing that, they're not, like ran. Hey, brother Soul, did we read anything in Ezekiel where it says he's going to sit down the Levites and teach them the Torah?
Not that I remember.
Right. These are the ones that kept the charge of the Most High and kept doing what he told them to do. Concerning a disagreement, they shall stand in judgment and shall adjudicate them according to my Torah. They shall safeguard my teachings and my decrees regarding all my appointed times, and they shall sanctify my Sabbath. They shall not approach a human corpse to become contaminated, except that each of them may become contaminated to the corpse of his father, mother, son, daughter, brother, or sister who has never been married to a man. And then, after his cleansing, shall he count 7 days for him. On the day of his entry into the sanctuary to the inner courtyard, to minister in the sanctuary, he shall bring his sin offering. See how the Ban Zadok, the Banai Zadok, goes from speaking of multiple people to one person. You see it, right?
Yeah.
So it's talking about it's talking about a lineage. It's not just talking about like a bunch of sons of Zadok at one time or whatever. On the day of his entry into the sanctuary to the inner courtyard to minister in the sanctuary, he shall bring his offering, his sin offering, the word of Yah Elohim. The priesthood will be a heritage for them. I am their heritage. For you shall not give them a possession in Israel. I am their possession. They shall eat the meal offering, the sin offering, and the guilt offering, and any consecrated property in Israel will be for them. All the first fruits of every kind, and all the terumah of any kind, of all your terumah gifts shall be for the Kohanim, and you shall give the first portion of your dough to the Kohen, to bring a blessing to rest upon your home. The Kohanim shall not eat any carrion, nor meat from a fatally wounded animal of fowl or livestock. I mean, all right, that's basically it. 44, chapter 44 right there. But yeah, like, what else could we point out?
So if one of these Kohanim are also a Nazarite, how would that work? Because could that be possible? Because that part where it says they shall not grow their hair too long, they gotta trim it.
Yeah, it's right here.
So
It's right here. Do you remember where it says where it was what you were reading where it said to bring their peace offering? Here it is. Chapter 43, verse 27. Actually, start at 26. For 7 days they shall purify the altar, and they shall cleanse it and inaugurate it. When these days have passed, it shall be from that eighth day onward that the Kohanim may prepare on the altar your burnt offerings and your peace offerings, and I will accept you with favor, the word of Yah Elohim. So we know in the Nazarite vow, at the end of the vow, which no one's going to make a vow to serve Yahweh for 2 weeks or a year or 10 years, that junk is forever, right? So at the end of it, if this is built in like a Nazarite's lifetime, say in Numbers chapter 6, the hair, the crown, the Nazir, they put it on the same fire of the peace offerings, and then they don't. You see what I'm saying?
right.
And then it says it right here. Then he returned me towards the outer gate of the sanctuary, which faces eastward, and it was closed. And Adonai said to me, "This gate shall be closed; it shall not be opened. No man may come through it, because Yah Elohim of Israel has come through it, and it shall be closed." So it said, "No man may come through it. It is for the prince. He is the leader, so he will sit within to eat food before Yah, and he shall come in by the way of the hall of the eastern gate, and by that way he shall depart." Then he brought me toward the northern gate to the front of the temple building, and I saw the glory of Yah fill the house, and I fell upon my face. Like, yeah, you see it, right?
Con.
I mean, we can read it for him real quick. Hold on, let me pull oops. All right. Here it is. Here it is. Verse 13. This shall be the Torah of the Nazarite, or the separated consecrated one to Yah alone. On the day of his abstinence is completed, he shall bring himself to the entrance of the tent of meeting, or the temple. He shall bring his offering to Yah, one unblemished sheep in its first year as a burnt offering, one unblemished ewe in its first year as a sin offering, one unblemished ram as a peace offering, a basket of unleavened loaves, loaves of fine flour mixed with oil, and unleavened wafers smeared with oil, and their meal offerings and their libations. The Kohen shall approach before Yah and perform the service of his sin offering and his burnt offering. So one of the priests is going to perform the sin offering and the burnt offering. And he shall make the ram a feast peace offering for Yah with the basket of unleavened loaves, and the Kohen shall make its meal offering and its libation. At the entrance of the tent of meeting, the separated consecrated one to Yah shall shave his separated consecrated head, or the crown, and he shall take the hair of his Nazarite head and put it on the fire that is under the feast peace offering. The Kohen, so he does it. You see how he does it? The Nazarite does it. So, all right, I'll read it again. At the entrance of the tent of meeting, the Nazarite, or the separated consecrated one to Yah, shall shave his Nazarite head, and he shall take the hair of his Nazarite head, which, according to chapter 6, verse 7, it's the crown of God, and put it on the fire that is under the feast peace offering. The Kohen shall take the cooked foreleg of the ram and one unleavened loaf from the basket and one unleavened wafer, and place them on the palms of the Nazarite after he has shaved his Nazarite hair. The Kohen shall wave them as a wave service before Yah. It shall be holy for the Kohen, aside from the breast of the waving and the high and the thigh of the raising up. Afterward, the Nazarite may drink wine. This is the Torah of the Nazarite, or this is the Torah of the separated consecrated one to Yah, who shall pledge his offering to Yah for his abstinence, aside from what he can afford, according to his vow that he shall pledge. So shall he do in addition to the Torah of his abstinence. Yah spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the sons of Aaron, speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, So shall you bless the children of Israel, and say to them, Yabarakah wa Yashmerakah, may Yah bless you, may he safeguard you. May Yah illuminate his countenance for you and be gracious to you. As really may he put like his countenance, elecha, upon you, within you, around you. May Yah lift his countenance to you and establish shalom for you. This is how, and in the Hebrew, it's really like Washema et Shema al Bnai Israel, where it's like, and so this is how they shall place my name upon the children of Israel, and that I will bless them. So like, this is actually like mandatory business, right?
So Nazarite is kind of training, like a training ground for priesthood.
Yeah, exactly. And like the way that we like, okay, the way that we can show it all through the book, you already know. It's literally like it's literally like a stage of like how could I explain it, bro? Um, how could I explain it? You know how like the wish they have like the bar mitzvah. This is like the real like bar mitzvah right here, being the Nazarite. Because like look what it says. Well you already know what it says. All right, look what it says. Uh, Wadabar Yahweh al Mashal Lamar, Dabar al Banai Israel, Wayamarta Alechem. Uh, Yah spoke to Moses uh, and said, Speak unto the sons of Israel, al Banai Israel, Wayamarte Alechem, and say unto them, Aish o Isha ke Yafalai Lindor Neder Nazayar. If any man or woman wants to dedicate themselves to Yah and separate and consecrate themselves to Yah alone, that's literally what Nazarite means. And it was one of the words that they didn't translate into English. They just stuffed it in there, so ignore it. It says, Ish o Isha ke Yafalai Lindor Neder, to make a vow of vows, uh, Nazayar, to separate or consecrate unto Yah alone. And it says, La Hazar La Yahweh, to dedicate oneself to Yahweh. So this is the only place you're going to find that in the entire Torah, how to dedicate yourself to Yah. Anything else, they're just making some shit up. I'm just be straight up with you. So once again, it says, Wadabar Yahweh al Moshe Lamar. So he said, Yah spoke to Moses, saying, The bar al Banai Israel, Vayamarte Elechem, speak unto the sons of Israel, and say unto them, Ish Aisha or Aish or Isha, man or woman, Ke Yafalai Lindor Neder, who wants to make a vow of vows, and it says Nazayar, Lahazar Adonai or Yahweh. Nazarite means separated, consecrated to Yah alone. It's literally what it means. And then it says La Hazir La Yahweh, to dedicate themselves to Yahweh. And that's okay. Hold on, I'm gonna put the picture up right now. So okay, the crown that the Levites wore, because they also had the Nezer, which is the crown. The crown that the Levites wore, they put it like on top of the turban or whatnot. Here, I'll put it in a picture right now. And maybe it'll be look a little bit bigger. Okay, that should be good. Oops. All right, yeah, like if you reset, you'll see it right now. So like on the head plate, because the Levites had to wear the turban, but they would wear this plate to signify that the crown is there, which is the Nazer, like the actual crown, like the hair or like whatever. But it says, uh, it literally says, what is it? Kodeshi la Yahweh, like holy to Yahweh. This is what it says on it. Okay, anyway, that says, where do we go here? Okay, this is what it says. To Lahazar Yahweh, to dedicate themselves to Yahweh. So like literally if you ask, and we've already tried it, like you just ask everybody like how do you dedicate yourself to Yahweh? They're gonna like make something up or whatever, or like incorporate things that the one that is dedicated to Yah will do. But literally this is what it says, like how to do it in the book. Right. And then to go into the process of it or whatever. And then when you go to verse 7, like mid verse, it says, well, it says to his father, to his mother, to his brother, to his sister, he shall not contaminate to himself upon them for their death. For the crown of God is upon his head. Ke nezer Eloach al rosha. The crown of God is upon his head. All the days of his absence, he is holy to Yahweh. See, holy to Yahweh. That's the crown of God. It's the same thing we got in this picture. All right, so what is it? Leviticus 21 and 12. 1 and 12. Actually, we'll start at 10. The Kohen, who is exalted above his brethren, upon whose head the anointment oil has been poured, or who has been inaugurated to don the vestments, right? It says it again right there. He shall not come near to any dead person. He shall not contaminate himself to his father or to his mother. And then we're going to find out what the oil is right here. He shall not leave the sanctuary, and he shall not desecrate the sanctuary of his God. For a crown, the crown of the oil of God's anointment is upon him. I am Yahweh. It's the same thing. Um, um, but it's also where's that? Where's that? Proverbs 4. All right, so it's called the crown of God, but it also has like a proper name. Proverbs 4, verse 7. The beginning of wisdom is to acquire wisdom. For your every acquisition, acquire understanding. Caress it, and it will uplift you. It will honor you when you embrace it. And the KJV it'll say, "It will wisdom will promote thee." It will honor you when you embrace it. It will set an adornment of grace upon your head. It will bestow to you a crown of Tiferet upon you. And like the word Tiferet is the beauty, majesty, glory, splendor, greatness of the Most High that he puts on the children of Israel in Ezekiel 16. And I forget where else he puts on. But anyway, what is it? Isaiah? I forget what it's at. Isaiah, what? Isaiah 20. Might be Isaiah 28. Oh.
And that was supposed to be on the whole nation, right?
Yes, exactly. So
Um,
that's what I'm trying to say. Like when they came on Shemot 19, when they all dedicated themselves to Yah to do everything that he said to do, he gave them 3 days to like kind of like sanctify themselves before they heard the commandments in Exodus 20. So that's when they made that oath, that vow. Because it doesn't say to do anything special to undertake the vow, but the vow has rules. But man, where's it at? Was it 28:15? Where it's like, Yah will be a crown of Tiferet to the remnant of Israel. If I can't find it in here, I'll look it up real quick. I know I got it in my history. 20. Okay, here it is. I think 28:15. Hold on, I'll just pull it up on the internet. Here it goes. I know I got it right here. All right, so Tifara, Tiphara. It also means honor or nation of Israel. Definition: see on the blue letter H8597. And then when you go to the words where it's used, Psalm 71 and 8, let my mouth be filled with thy praise and with thy tiferet all the day. They use it as honor. Read Proverbs 4 or whatever. Okay, where's it at? Isaiah. Here it is, Isaiah 28 and 5. I actually want to read it in here to see how, in the Psalms, to see how it says. It says, on that day, Yah, Shabbaot, master of legions, will be the crown of delight, a diadem of Tiferet for the remnant of his people, and a rawak of judgment for he who sits in judgment, and a source of strength for those who return from war to the gate. So, like, literally, the remnant of the people are going to have the crown of Tiferet or whatnot. So, okay, but we'll go to Ezekiel 16 real quick to show it again, and then we'll go to Zechariah. All right, Ezekiel 16. Here it is. Hold on. Okay, I passed by you, and behold, your time was the time of love, from verse 8. And I spread the hems of my garment over you, and I covered your nakedness, and I took an oath to you, and I entered into a covenant with you. He's talking to the whole nation. the word of Yah Elohim, and you became mine. I bathed you with water, and I washed away your blood from upon you, and I anointed you with oil, and I clothed you with embroidered garments. I shod you into cash leather, and I bound you with linen. I covered you with silk. I decked you with ornaments. I put bracelets on your hands, a necklace on your neck, placed a ring on your nose, earrings on your ears, and a crown of tiferet on your head. You decked yourself with my gold and my silver, and your garments were linen, silk, embroidery. You ate fine flour, honey, and oil. You became exceedingly beautiful, and you became fit for the throne. Your fame went forth among the nations for your beauty, for it was perfect. Through my splendor, my tiferet that I have placed upon you, the word of Yah Elohim. All right, what is that? Zechariah 12. Actually, I already know what it says. Let's close the book. Zechariah chapter 12, verse 7. It says, Yahweh shall save the tents of Judah first, that the glory, that word glory that's in there twice is tiferet. It's representing that crown because all the kings had it. They had the Nazir or the tiferet. It said, Yahweh shall save the tents of Judah first, that the tiferet of the house of David and the tiferet of the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so all the inhabitants of Jerusalem are going to have it, will not increase itself over Judah. Then it said, he that is feeble among them at that day shall be as David, and the house of David shall be as God, as the angel of Yahweh before them. If people can't explain to you what that verse means, don't listen to what they got to say about this prophecy being fulfilled or whatever, any of that. So it's like, what is it like? Let me pull it up real quick. The Hebrew. It's like Kadawad, Ubayat Dawad, Ka Elohim, Ka Malach Lafanai. Like literally, it says, shall be the house of David shall be as God, as the angel of Yah before them. And it's not like lowercase God either. Hold on, let me see. Here, I'll just pull it up here. Zechariah 12, 7. So we go to 7 first. It says, Wehoshiach Yahweh eta ahole. Also shall save Yah, the tent of Yahudah, Barishonah le'eman, first to that end, le tigdal tiferet bayat Dawid. It will not matter, like it says, Yah shall save the tents of Judah first, and then le tigdal tiferet bayat Dawid. That the tiferet of the house of David, so the crown that's coming from the house of David, where tiferet yoshab Yerushalayim al Yehuda, and the tiferet of the inhabitants of Jerusalem will not like set themselves against Judah. So all the inhabitants of Jerusalem are going to have, and everyone that's coming to Jerusalem from Judah, they're also going to have. All right, so you hear them talking about, oh, we don't care about that tiferet stuff. They might not be an Israelite. And it says, Bayom Hahu Yagen Yahweh Ba'ed Yahweh Shab Yerushalayim. In that day shall Yah defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Where Haya Hanik Shal Bachem Bayom Hayu Ka Dawid Ubet Dawid Ka Elohim Ka Melach Yahweh Lafanayim. It literally says, like the feeble one among them at that day will be as David. And the house of David, Ubet Dawid, shall be Ka Elohim, as God, Ka Melach, as the angel, Yahweh Lafanayim before them, as the angel of Yahweh before them. Like, what does that even mean? I don't know. But then it says in the next verse, Wehaya bayom hahu abakesh la hashmid et akal hagoyim habayim al Yerushalayim. It shall come to pass in that day that I will seek to destroy all the goy that come against Jerusalem. That ain't never happened. And then it says, I will pour upon the house of David, on the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the spirit of grace and supplication, and they shall look upon me whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn. Like, that's not talking about no Zerubbabel. They ain't talking about no, we don't worship Zerubbabel. It's not what they say. And at this point, if people want to believe that, hey, it's on you. But like, what does this verse like? Yo, what does this verse mean though? Ka Dawid ubet Dawid Ka Elohim Ka Melach Yahovah Lafanayim. And Lafanayim is like before their faces. It could also mean like countenance. It could also mean like let me see here. It's literally like before them, before their faces, before their eyes, with countenance before their eyes. Oh, what does it mean to be as God, as the angel of Yahweh, before their faces? What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know what it means. And when you like try to research it, nobody even tries to touch it. Like there's like a few like weird Christians that try to touch it, but for the most part, nobody even tries to like explain what that means. So I'm gonna be straight. I don't know. Now this the interesting part, right? So, hey, Soul, you got any other type of Bibles there by you?
I got called what's this called, man? Brenton
And
Septuagint.
whichever ones you got, open them up to Zechariah chapter 12, verse 8, and see if that's the big boy Elohim right there. I'm pulling up the Kabbalah right now as well, just like and I'll pull up Safari, uh Zechariah 12. And all right, let me see right here. So now we know we don't have capitals and stuff like that in Hebrew, but the English kind of like helps us explain these things. All right, so so in English here in the Kabbalah, it says on that day Yahweh shall protect the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and the weakest of them shall be on that day like David, and the house of David shall be like angels, like the angel of the Lord before them. Now we know the word Elohim and Malach, they have multiple meanings to them, but when they're right next to each other, they can't be saying the same thing. That wouldn't even make sense. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm trying to look at the other translations for the English where they put God right there. I know the KJV put capital G right there.
Yeah, I'm bringing on in the Brenton Septuagint. It says, "And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and the weak one among them in that day shall be as David, and the house of David as the house of God, as the angel of the Lord before them." And they don't have Lord all caps. It's just capital L. In the KJV,
Mm.
where's it at?
So they try to add the house of David shall be as the house of God.
House of David as the house of God. Yeah.
See, they add in because it's like this right here. It's like Ka Dawid Ubet Dawid. No, it's Ka Dawid Ubet Dawid Ka Elohim Ka Malach Lafanaim. It's literally just like David, House of David, Elohim, Malach before them.
Yeah, KJV just says as God, as the angel of the Lord, as the angel of Yah before them.
Man, the KJV did better than them. That's pretty interesting right there. Capital G, huh?
Yup.
That's interesting right there. Hey, go to another verse in there where do they capitalize God up in there? The whole thing?
And 12.
Man, that's interesting stuff right there. But when they say as the angel of Yah, like before them, that's capital all capital Lord, huh?
Yeah, in the KJV, Lord is all caps, but in the Brenton Septuagint, it's only a capital L.
Man, that's interesting stuff right there. I'm gonna tell y'all straight. I don't know what this verse means. I know it's not what they saying it means though. I've been studying enough to know that.
You think it could just mean that the house of David will be ruling, like as like Elohim's a power or something? Or
Probably so.
it also says as the angel of Yah, so that's that's a different type of power. That's like next level.
Hey, bring Mordecai up. Hey Mordecai, we just brainstorming on what Zechariah chapter 12:8 means. I have no clue. And all the versions are different.
Yeah, shalom, y'all. What you
Shalom,
say?
shalom. I don't know what that means at all. It's like Ka Dawid, Ubet Dawid, Ka Elohim, Ka Malak Lafanan. I don't know what that means to be as God, as the angel of God before their faces. I don't know what that means. And then they say it will destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem. You see that? So that was like Zerubbabel when the dudes tried to stop them from building the temple. The Most High would have destroyed them. You see what I'm saying? So, and not only that, it's talking about more than one person right there. That's the interesting thing. It say the weakest one among them, the feeble one, will be as David, and the house of David will be as Elohim, as the angel of Yah before them. Any thoughts, Mordecai? Because I don't know what this means, bro. There ain't no right or wrong answer. You trying to figure it out.
I'm gonna have to meditate on this one.
Bro, I've been meditating on this one for years. I don't know what it means. And then they say, let's see. Then they say, in that day it shall come to pass on that day that I will seek to destroy all the goyim that come against Jerusalem or upon them, al Yerushalayim. Um, and I will pour out upon the house of David and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem a spirit of grace and supplications, and they shall look to me because of those who have been thrust through with swords, and they shall mourn over it as one mourns over an only son, and shall be in bitterness, therefore, as one is embittered over a firstborn son. That's interesting stuff. And when they went back into the land, was they was Zerubbabel and was they like mourning to Yah?
Now, if you read down, it say he's gonna destroy the name of the idols from the land, and there shall no longer be any remembrance of them. But I don't see how that. You know? Yeah, right. Let that shit burn.
Yup, they do say it. Yup, man, that interesting stuff right there, man. And it's what it say, verse 5, and the princes of Judah shall say to themselves, that actually, let me read it in Hebrew because I don't it's we amara or we amero alufe aluf aluf. That's like another way of saying like, okay, so like the people that be saying like we don't have like vowels and stuff, like this is another way of like the same word, like okay, the way Aleph, the word Aleph is spelled, not the letter, but the way Aleph is spelled, it has like different like meanings, like because of the pronunciation. This is Aluf, like it means like governors or like chiefs, captains, dukes. Where Amira Aluf Yehuda Berabivam Amsha Li Yoshaveh Yerushalayim Yahweh Shabeot Elohim, and shall say the governors of Judah in their hearts, like shall be my strength, the inhabitants of Jerusalem, in Yahweh of hosts, their God. Like, bro, when did this ever happen? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't get it. I don't get
Bro, this Septuagint in this KJV reads like mad different. I was reading 13 where it says about the false prophet saying he shall not, what does it say? Neither shall they wear a rough garment to deceive. That's in the KJV 13:4. But in 13, where's it at? Where the fuck is it? I think it's 13:4 in the Septuagint too. It says, they shall clothe themselves with a garment of hair because they have lied. That shit sound completely different. But I know this ain't the original Septuagint anyway.
it. Facts. That's the thing, man. They try to like Christify that stuff. So like, it's interesting because even though they try to like Christify Zechariah 12 as well, they still like they really couldn't because it's talking about more than one person and stuff. Hey, Psalms 87 read way different. Um, hey, we pull up Psalms 87 real quick in the Stones, bro. And I'm gonna spit it from the KJV from memory or whatever. It's bro. It's so different, bro. It's so different. It's like hold on, I'm looking at it too. Okay, so in the Stones Tanakh, it's by the sons of Korah, a song whose foundation is in the holy mountains. Yah loves the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. The most glorious things are spoken of you, O city of Elohim, Selah. I will make mention of Rahab. It says, I will mention Rahab in Babylon to those that know me. Behold, there are Philistia and Tyre with Cush. This one was born there, but of Zion it can be said, man after man was born in her, and he, the Most High, maintains her. Thus, Yah will count when he records the nations that this one was born there, Selah. But singers as well as flute players, all my well springs are in you. But like in the KJV, it's like Yahweh loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken to thee, O city of Elohim, Selah. I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistia and Tyre. With Ethiopia, semicolon, this man was born there. And of Zion it shall be said, this and that man born in her, the highest himself shall establish it. Yahweh shall count when he writeth of the people that this man was born there, Selah. As well as the singers and the players on instruments shall be there. All my springs are within thee. It's like super different. But that's another one. Like when you Google it to like look it up, like nobody knows what it means or who it's talking about. Okay, this is what it says in the commentary. It says all the greatness described in this psalm stems from the Torah revealed at Sinai, which finds fulfillment around the Holy Temple in Jerusalem. Each great nation has occasionally produced great men. Israel, on the other hand, has consistently produced many men of greatness. Zion is a wellspring that produces an endless supply of people who glorify Elohim. And it says from 89 to 4, it says 89 verse 4 through 38. It says God is the speaker from here through verse 38. And oh, never mind, that's all something different. Psalms 87, whatever. So 87, it says Zion is a wellspring that produces, like, even this doesn't have anything in it. It's crazy. Like, who is this even talking about? It said, Yahweh loved the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. But if you look up like Zion, they're going to say it's like Jerusalem. Let me actually pull it up real quick. Blue letter, blue letter Bible, Zion. Here it is. Psalms. Let's go to Psalms 87. Why not? 87. And of Zion it shall be said. It's like Ulazion Wayomer Aish. Uh yeah, let's go 6726. H6726. Zion as a permanent capital, a mountain of Jerusalem. See what I'm saying? Zion, another name for Jerusalem. But Yahweh loves the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Didn't Jacob dwell in Jerusalem? You see what I'm saying?
Maybe it's just separating, sanctifying that spot more than the other ones wherever he stayed at.
Right. Sometimes I try to look at it as like when the prophecy is fulfilled, not only will we be in Jerusalem, but our minds and our hearts will be like closer to the Most High. So it'll be more than what it was before. You know what I'm saying? Like you get into some trouble or something, like you far away from home for a while. When you get home, you like appreciate being home more than before.
Right, right.
But that feeling could fade away, and you could run into the same situation over and over again. Like when you finally get things straight, you be really happy to be home. I think that's what's going to happen for Israel. Like I think we're all tired of like getting exiled by now, and the ones that do make it, I think will be happy to be there.
Yeah, it's better be the last one, man. I mean, some people might go to G-Bay, but other than that,
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, if we look at uh, Ezekiel, if we look at it as like a future prophecy, all through it, it's talking about like this is basically like it. Like it's very like wordy like that. Like, what is it? 48. Oops, too much. I've been beating up my stones lately. I need to take it easy on. All right, one more page. 48, last verse. The circumference of the city is thus 18,000. There's the 9 right there. And the name of the city from that day shall be Yahweh is there, and it's Yahweh Shema, like the Shema. I don't know, bro. I'm just keep picking people up because I'm really trying to figure out what this verse means. I don't know. Hey, Shalom, bro. Do you have any idea what like Zechariah chapter 12:8 means?
Hey, Shalom. I guess somebody read it for me real quick. I'm driving, but if
Yeah, yeah,
somebody
yeah, no
reads it,
doubt. All right, so it's basically says that he that is feeble among them at that day shall be as David, and the house of David shall be as Elohim, as the angel of Yahweh before them.
well, my guess is referring to the children of Israel being or the tribe of Judah specifically. Read it again for me. I'm sorry. In
Yeah,
that
from
day.
verse 7 it says, Yahweh shall save the tents of Judah first, that the glory of the house of David and the glory of the inhabitants of Jerusalem will not increase itself over Judah. And it says, he that is feeble among them at that day shall be as David, and the house of David shall be as God, as the angel of Yahweh before them.
From what it sounds like it sounds like Jesus. No, I'm playing. I'm playing. Um, sounds like the Most High is going to reestablish the throne of David. That's what it sounds like to me. And give the glory back to who it belongs to,
Right. What does it mean to be as God?
as God.
Yeah, hey,
Well,
you know a little Hebrew?
I actually don't, but if I can say something real quick, because as God, you know, what comes to my mind is when the Most High told Moses that Moses was going to be a god, and Aaron was going to be his prophet per se. So that leads me to believe that they will be in a position of leadership, authority, and yeah, that's about it. That's what comes to my mind.
All right. So then it says, after that, right, the next verse will say, and then I will seek to destroy all the goyim that come against Jerusalem. What does that mean?
I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
Like, has that happened already?
No, it hasn't, not to my knowledge. Unless this is referring to is it talking about all the goyim?
Yeah, it says, hold on, let me see. Let me go to it real quick. I was just like freestyling it. I think it's verse 9. Yeah, it says, it shall come to pass on that day that I will seek to destroy all the goyim that come against Jerusalem.
No, that hasn't happened. To my understanding, no.
Right? Like,
It
what is
didn't
a
happen in
way?
the time of Zerubbabel.
I mean,
Huh?
I don't think so. Like, okay, so what, okay, like, besides like the obvious reasons of like like putting us in slavery, all those other weird things that they've done, right? Like, what is like another way that they would come against Jerusalem, like not keeping the Torah or like going against Yah itself, right?
How would the goyim come against Jerusalem
Yeah.
besides putting us in
Besides like
slavery? Is the question?
yeah, besides like the obvious reason. Yeah.
Well, they came against us with this Jesus crap. You know, they sought to paint their salvation, put their salvation in between the pages of the Bible to promote false doctrine and uh, slavery. That I mean, there's a few things that they did.
Right. And then the next verse says, and I will pour on all the house of David. My bad. No, no. It says, I will pour upon the house of David and on the inhabitants of Jerusalem the spirit of grace and supplications, or like it's ham, or like gracious or pleasant favor and supplicate and on the inhabitants of Jerusalem, spirit of favor or like grace and supplications, and they shall look upon me. Like that, I don't see that happen yet either.
Well, as a whole, no, but as a remnant, there's a few of us who are looking towards the Most High. And when it says whom we have pierced, we've trodden his name underfoot, man. You know, we've definitely in the past have desecrated his name, desecrated his memorial. You know, it's not talking about Jesus. If anybody thinks that,
Nah, nobody in here.
I've always wanted to know though, when it says in English whom they have pierced, what does it say in the Hebrew?
Hold on, here it goes. What did you say? Which part again?
And they will look to me whom they have pierced. What does that say in the
Yes,
Hebrew?
yes, it says Wehabita ile eta shar dake ra we shapeda ela kamishped al hayahid we hamer ela kahemar al habekor. It's like pierced is like dakara, like pierced or thrust through. Uh, they have pierced and shall mourn for him Elah, as one mourns kamishped al hayid for his like only, for like his only like child, or like only like, okay. And it says wahamer, and shall be like in bitterness or moved for him Elah, kahamer, like again in like bitterness for like a habekor, like a firstborn.
Okay. Yeah, that pretty much sounds like us remembering. Once we remember the Most High, like I forgot what scripture I was talking about. Uh, I was talking about this the other day when it says that we will loathe ourselves in the land of our captivity for all of our deeds and our abominable actions that we've committed.
Was that Ezekiel?
I believe so. Yes, Ezekiel 6. Yes, 6 and 8, 7, 7 and Ezekiel 6. I think 7 and 8.
Yeah, here it is.
But that's what it's sounding like to me.
Yes. It says corpses will fall in your midst, and you will know that I am Yah. But I will leave a remnant, so that you will have some survivors from the sword among the nations when you become scattered among the lands. And your survivors will remember me among the nations when they were taken captive, how I was anguished by their straying heart that turned away from me, by their eyes that strayed after their idols. And they will be disgusted with themselves for the evils that they did through their abominations. Then they will know that I am Yah,
Yeah,
that I did not speak in vain about doing this evil to them.
that's what that Zechariah 8. That's what that sounds like to me. I could be wrong, but that's what it sounds like to me. Because mourning, we're gonna mourn. You got to be thinking about something to be mourning. And when it says that they will remember him, it's like in Zechariah when it says, and they will look to me, and they will look to me. They will remember me. It's talking about Jesus, brother. It's talking about Jesus.
Right. It's either that or Zerubbabel. I'm like, I don't see it. I don't see that other stuff they're saying. Yeah. All right.
Like
So,
I,
okay, I have another one.
all right.
And like I said, there's like no right or wrong answer. I'm just trying to figure it out. Well, okay, I can't find it. So it says Psalms 87. Do you have any idea who's that talking about?
Let's read it. I don't have it in front of me, but let's read it.
Yeah, it's like Yahweh. loves the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of thee, O city of Elohim, Selah. I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistia and Tyre. With Cush, this man was born there, and of Zion it shall be said, this and that man born in her, the highest himself shall establish it. Yah shall count when he writeth of the people that this man was born there, Selah. As well as the singers and the players on instruments shall be there, all my springs are in thee.
Born in Cush, huh? Nope, I don't know. Who was it? Haley Selassie?
I mean,
Selassie?
maybe,
I'm not sure. Huh?
maybe.
Yeah, I don't know who that's talking about. I
Illegal
don't recall
Zion.
reading.
Hey, Zion, come here, bro. I need you. We need you. We're trying to examine um Zechariah chapter 12, verse 8, and then Psalms 87. So like, yo, all right, keep going, city. My bad.
No, 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 that's cool. I don't know. I don't know who that's talking about. I don't recall reading in the scripture about someone prominent being born in Cush and coming out of Cush. But I know that the gates of Zion, that symbolizes Jerusalem, right? The southern kingdom, Judah. Am I right?
Well, yeah, but like, okay, so this sister Sage, we're trying. Yeah, no problem, bro, city. Just hold on one second. So, we trying to figure out what Zechariah chapter 12, 8 through 10 is about, and if it already happened, and then also Psalms, whoever Psalms 87 is talking
Zechariah 12.
about. Yeah,
Talking about David.
right.
Who's David? City.
You asking me who is David,
Yeah,
the king of Jerusalem?
yeah. But in the context of Zechariah 12 and 8.
I'm not understanding your question, brother.
So when you read Zechariah 12 and 8 in its context, and it's talking about King David, who is this David that's being spoken of?
This is what it says. On that day, Yah will protect the inhabitants of Jerusalem. On that day, even the weakest among them will be like David, and the house of David will be like Elohim, like the angel of Yah before them. And like I said, there's like no like right or wrong answer. Like for me, like I'm
No,
just giving you
I'm trying to understand the question. He's asking me who is David in reference to Zechariah 12 and 8. You know, the house of Judah obviously symbolizes the throne of David, correct? Now, is the
Okay.
question, is this talking about literal David or a descendant? Is that the question that you want to ask me?
What I'm asking you, okay, so it says, so that the glory of the house of David shall not magnify themselves against Judah and Jerusalem. So it's making a differentiating, it's making differentiating between the house of Judah and Jerusalem. So, and then it says, and the weakest or the feeblest among them shall be as David. And then it goes into, and the house of David shall be as the angel, shall be as God. And then it says, and the house of David shall be as God and as the angel of Yahweh before them. I'm spitting it off the top of my head. So when in this context, like of what these brothers is bringing out, and them actually like reading Ezekiel right now, that's exactly what this whole entire concept of Zechariah 12 verse 8 is talking about. So when it says the weakest among them shall be as David, who is David? in the context.
Right. The house of David,
Con. The house of David is one of them. And who else?
the throne of David. I don't know his descendants.
Well, do you got it in front of you?
No, I'm driving.
Oh, okay, okay, my bad, my bad. So it
No, that's
says the
cool.
weakest. It says the weakest among them, or the feeblest among them, shall be as David. So the weakest among them is David. Then it says, and then the house of David, meaning that there's levels to it. The upper echelon, the
Right.
rulers and the judges, they shall be as God, as the angel of Yahweh before them. So the third David, the messenger. So you're gonna have the people being as David. They're gonna love the Most High, love the people. They're gonna do right by the Most High. They're gonna be beloved by the Most High. Then you have the house of David being the judges, rulers, kings, etc. Then you have them being the third David, which is being the messenger to the people. They're the ones who's going to bring the message as the angel of Yahweh or the angel of Yahweh. So these three different Davids all in one are basically David, the beloved one of God. So how it is written in the third person figurative. So this is written like a triple entendre. So it's basically saying that they're going to be King David. So when they say King David ain't coming back, he is coming back physically because the word David doesn't just mean David, the person that lived, but his name means also the beloved one of God. So the beloved ones of God in this case,
Okay.
because it's written in the third person figurative. Does that make sense?
Or then I have another question as well.
I don't man. Like I just want you
Cause Psalms
to
87. My
hold
bad.
hold on real quick, man. Like, does that make sense, Titty?
I don't have it in front of me to confirm or deny. Um, but if you can read it again for me, just read it again for me. I'm not. I don't have it in front of me because from what I'm hearing, it sounds like it says the feeble among them shall be as David, right? So as meaning like. So that group is not David, but perhaps the descendants of. Correct?
Well, then it says, and then the house of David
And
shall
then the
be as
house of
God.
David.
And it makes a difference between the two distinct groups.
Right. Right. So as David, and then and the house of David. Right. Two different. Yes, that's two different. And what was the third one?
And the house of David shall be as God, as the angel of Yahweh before them.
So that still counts as that second group, right? And the house
Yeah.
of David shall be as the angels of. So what it sounds like to me personally is the tribe of Judah, uh, the first group that will be as David, and then the throne or whoever's sitting on that throne, whether it's David or a descendant, because I can't confirm or deny that it's going to be David himself or a descendant. I do know we're waiting on somebody though. I'll just say it like that. Shall be as God. I mean, as the angels of God. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I
Yeah,
see what you're saying.
it's a Kadawad, Wabayakdawad, Ka Alahayim, Ka Malach Lafalayim. So
So
like
like
as
as
David, maybe me echo. So it's like as David and the house of David. shall be as God, Ka Alahayim, Ka Malak, as the angel of Yah before them. And
And
I
that all
got,
goes into him raising the tents of Judah first, correct?
I mean, I don't know. These two verses right here, I've been meditating on them for a while. I know it ain't happened yet, though. I know this a lot of, like Sister Sage said as well, like a lot of this stuff, that we went through as well. A lot of this stuff ain't happened yet. And then, where is it at? It never, okay. Psalms 87, like, who is it talking? Like, we don't know who it's talking about. It says, Yahweh loves the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of thee, O city of Alahayim, Selah. I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistia and Tyre with Cush. No, it says, behold, Philistia and Tyre with Cush. This man was born there, and of Zion it shall be said, this and that man born in her, the highest himself shall establish it. Yahweh shall count when he writeth up the people that this man was born there. Selah. Hold on, let me try to find it in the Psalms version. Yes.
And you said that's Psalms 87?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into that tonight. I'm just getting
Yeah,
home
that's what
from
it say in the Psalms. It say, by the sons of Korah, a song, whose foundation is in the holy mountains. Yah loves the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. The most glorious things are spoken of you, O city of God, Selah. I mentioned Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, there are Philistia and Tyre. With Cush, this one was born there. But of Zion it can be said, man after man was born in her, and he, the Most High, maintains her. Thus Yah will count when he records the nations. I don't even know where they get it from. This one was born there, Selah. But the singers as well as players, all my well springs are in you, O Zion. And they like kind of added some stuff in
Yeah, I'm actually just pulling up in the crib. I'm gonna grab my JPS real quick and look at that. I'm gonna look at that real quick. Hold on.
there. Yeah, it probably reads different in there as well. So like all the different versions. Like the first one that I recited is like KJV for like my memory, but like this one, I noticed in the Stones Tanakh they like added a couple things in there that's not really in
Yeah, I was reading Ezekiel 40 through 44.
there. Yeah.
All right, give me 1 second. I'm about to look at that. Hold on.
Isaiah, you in the TK group chat?
Yeah, but you know, I don't be looking at stuff.
I'm not saying a word, but they going in on changing right now. It's funny.
Yeah. You know, I don't be looking at stuff, bro. If it, like, I'll probably look at it, glance at it. If it ain't got nothing to do with the Most High, bro, I'll be like, well, time for me to go play the game.
I'm
Ain't
not
got
gonna
nothing to do
lie.
with Yahweh.
I needed a good laugh, man. That the video of Ching Ching in there is funny, man.
Yeah. You know, I mean, if it ain't got nothing to do with the Most High, bro, I'll be like, well, time for me to go play the game. I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm good, bro.
Hey, I got up out that live stream real quick earlier. I don't know what was it, Beef Tube. Yeah, Ramel versus Ching Ching and some random dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I clicked in on it a little bit, and I was just like, okay, well, nothing about y'all in here, so I'm going to go play the game. Well, actually, I went to work. Like, I was at work. But yeah, I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna just continue going on work. See if y'all was on Clubhouse. See if y'all was talking about the Most High. If y'all wasn't on Clubhouse talking about the Most High, I was just like, oh, well, time for me to just watch YouTube videos, stuff that I like, or listen to an audiobook, study something.
So Zion, you would say that Zechariah 12 goes with Ezekiel, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, me too. Me too.
yeah, because of the fact that when we're talking about Ezekiel, when he's talking about, building up the temple and stuff like that, when this is what it's talking about. Like, imagine the lowest of us in that state of being like King David. I mean, like the least of us. Like, the ones that you see that, people don't pay no mind to. Like, even, they great. So, I mean, just imagine with the people that's actually in the house of David. Imagine what they doing. Imagine the lifestyle that they actually living and providing for the people. Because, they would be in some type of rulership. Also, they would be ministering to the people because they also the messenger too. So they're the ones bringing the message. So not only are the weakest of them like King David, meaning that most likely they ain't never gonna be defeated in any scenario, whether it be, you know, any scenario. I'm gonna tell you real life, is all this fake debating and stuff like that. That shit WWE. But yeah. So other than that, but yeah, in real life they're gonna be doing some great work, and then the ones that's gonna be the judges, they're gonna be judging the people fairly and righteously, and they're gonna do great works. And then the people bringing the message, they the ones that's gonna do great works because they bringing the message of Yahweh to the people, and they would have the utmost respect for the Torah. They would have so much knowledge in the Torah that it would just be like listening to them would be like you could listen to them for hours. Like you feel me? Like because that's how much wisdom they would pour out. Like those messengers. Because they gonna love the Torah and they gonna have respect unto it. So this is what King David talks about in in the Psalm. He says, your Torah is my conversation all the day long. How I love your law. Like Psalms 119. Like you feel me? Like imagine that. Imagine seeing a group of people or a group of brothers, just the whole day they conversation is loving the Most High, keeping the commandments, talking the Torah. Like, you gotta understand what that verse is like saying and what it really looks like. That's what that verse is talking about, and it goes perfect with Ezekiel because the only way you can eat from the Most High's table is to be intimate with the Most High. And guess what? David was intimate with the Most High. Most High was with David every step of the way, even when David fell off. So imagine having the Most High love you like that, like even in your so-called, you know, downfalls, the Most High is like, you know what? I ain't gonna destroy you, but I'm gonna teach you a lesson. And guess what? And that's the whole entire thing. Because David never ran from judgment from the Most High. David always accepted his punishments, whatever they were. Don't get me wrong, David prayed and asked the Most High for forgiveness, but he understood his punishments. He accepted them. He didn't back talk. He took his licks. He was like, you know what? I deserve that. Thank you, Most High. And yeah, I'm gonna keep moving on, keep serving the Most High. Just imagine if we had a whole bunch of Davids running around. Like, yeah, you feel me? Like just us as a people being King David. You know, his like he David was righteous. I don't care what nobody said. They could talk about all his flaws and all of that stuff, but he was righteous for the Most High because he wholeheartedly loved the Most High and he loved his Torah more than anything else. He loved his law. He respected his law, and it was his conversation all day long. Like all the time, people ain't on that, bro. People is not talking about the Torah all day, bro. We always got to get sidetracked. I fall victim of it too. That's the reason why, like, when I said what I said earlier, like, as much as we want to, get into the kingdom and all of that, I don't think that's for our generation because we still got wicked ways about us that the Most High ain't gonna accept. Like I'm cool with that. As long as the next generation make it in there, I'm good with that. Like that means I did my job, I took my judgment, and I ain't never faltered. That's what me is.
Hey, I just want to say, I'm going to meditate on what we spoke about today. I got Psalms 87 pulled up too right in front of me. Um, yeah, I'm gonna meditate on what we spoke about today, and I'm definitely gonna get with you tomorrow. When you open up a room, just ping me in the room. I'm gonna make sure I have my headphones at work tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, could you read it for us in the JPS before you go?
Yeah, I couldn't find my JPS. It's somewhere in here, but I have the KJV in front of me.
Yeah, yeah. That's
You
how
want
I
me to read
was.
it?
Well, yeah, that's the way I was reciting it earlier from memory. But I was
Yeah,
wondering how that JPS go.
yeah. I'm actually really surprised that I can't find it. Give me 1 second. Where's the Tanakh at, babe? Oh, it's in the windowsill. Hold on. It is not. Yeah, and I know you're good too. It's usually wherever you say it's at, but it's not there. Yeah, because I think he was reading it. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
Mhm. And that's the reason why, like, that's the reason why, like, Ezekiel is so profound in the way that he actually breaks down cleansing yourself. Like, a lot of people don't know, like, they think baptism is like, some New Testament concept, but it's really not. It's actually Ezekiel 36. It's just when other people get their hands in it, stuff like that. Like the Dead Sea Scrolls kind of confirms this. Like when they were doing it, they weren't dunking you in the water or nothing like that. It's kind of like what the Catholics kind of do when they like sprinkle the ashes on people and stuff like that. So what they would do is they would just drop the clean drops of water on you, and you were supposed to basically rededicate yourself to the Torah.
All right, we got it. Hold on. Psalms.
Hey, wait, tell me when you got it ready, because I'm gonna do a comparative real quick from the KJV. I'll just recite it real quick.
All right. Psalms 87.
All right, you got it. Hey, just look at it real quick, and then I'm gonna run through it real quick. So say, Yahweh loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of thee, O city of Elohim, Selah. I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistia and Tyre, with Ethiopia, semicolon. This man was born there, and of Zion it shall be said, this and that man born in her, the highest himself shall establish it. Yahweh shall count when he writeth up the people that this man was born there, Selah, as well as the singers and the players on instruments shall be there. All my springs are. You see how different it is?
Yeah, and even in here it's different.
Yeah, read what you got. Read what you got.
It says, "The Lord loves the gates of Zion, his foundation on the holy mountains, more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of you, O city of God. I mentioned Rahab and Babylon among those who acknowledged me. Philistia and Tyre and Cush, each was born there. Indeed, it shall be said of Zion, every man was born there. He, the Most High, will preserve it. The Lord will inscribe in the register of peoples that each was born there. Singers and dancers alike will say, all my roots are in you." I'm gonna send you a picture. I'm gonna PTR a picture of it so you can see it.
All right, cool. But yeah, it's different in all the versions. And like, oh, when you research Zechariah chapter 12 verse 8, and you try to like look into it with these whatever people will like say about it, there's like zero like real scholarship on it. And then the same thing with whoever's Psalms 87 is talking
It's not gonna let me put the whole thing in there, but I'm gonna get verses 1 through 6. You can refresh it so you can see it.
about. All right, thanks. Cool. Wow, that's interesting the way it translated. Like how you said it says, hold on, it says, Philistia, Tyre, and Cush, each was born there. Indeed, it shall be said of Zion, every man was born. See what I'm saying? That's interesting. So,
But I'm gonna meditate on what we went over today, and when you open up your room tomorrow, ping me.
well, yeah, follow brother Saul so he could ping you in because he makes room.
Yes, I'm following brother. So, y'all brothers have a good night.
Shalom.
Shalom, Allah Tom.
Shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
But yeah. So what was y'all going over in Ezekiel, bro? Cause
I went real light. I didn't really go into anything. If you want to go to back through 43.
um, all right. Well, I mean, all right. Let's go 43. Well, let's go. Actually, let's go 40. No, it don't matter, bro. You can read whatever. Let's go whichever one you feel like it.
I'm going to go from memory. So it was like a vision like the vision that I had when I fell upon my face at the river Kabar, a vision like the vision I had when I came to destroy the city. And then the Rawak lifted me up. I'm stirring up some mashed potatoes for the kids. But and then a Rawak lifted me up and I entered within the house. And then he spoke to me from within the house. And he said to me, Son of man, this is the place of my throne, and this is the place of the soles of my feet, where I shall dwell amongst the children of Israel forever.
Mm. So, when it makes reference to the city that is destroyed and then the city that he's building or whatever, it also is a representation of like both sides of the threshold. Because later on in the chapter, he mentions, in Ezekiel 43, no, yeah, Ezekiel 43, he makes mention of the threshold. And then actually in Zephaniah 1, it makes mention of the same threshold again. And, it talks about when the princes profaned the sanctuary and they removed the Torah and they were letting in the strangers and stuff like that. And a lot of the times people don't understand the verbiage of the scriptures because a lot of the stuff is written in, I would say, like figurative language, or what they would say is parables or metaphors. So when he's actually breaking this down, it is actually an inward conflict that he's having within himself. And that is the reason why, like, we mostly have the inward conflict. That's why in Ezekiel 8, it'll tell you, son of man, look through the crack of the window, look through the crack in the temple. And if you understood, temple wouldn't have had cracks. If you understood, like, the actual design of the temple and the building of the temple, you wasn't supposed to do it, you know, with tools, things like that. So you understand that the way that they put it together was just kind of like block on block. Like, have you guys ever seen like how the Ethiopians have the big X, which most people think it's a cross, and how they dug it into the land? That's kind of like, yeah, how it would have been built. That's exactly how it would have been. But for the most part, yeah, those type of buildings would have cracks in the outer courtyards and stuff like that. So this is what he's saying. He's basically saying, peek through the temple or peek through what you see and what you perceive that these people are doing these abominations, and they're trying to cheat the system by hopping over the threshold. But what they're doing is in Zephaniah 1, it tells you that they are trying to hop over it with another God. So not only are they saying praise the Most High, but they also saying praise another God with the Most High. And this is the reason why they're not allowed behind the threshold, because those who are behind the threshold are the people that the Most High is meeting with face to face, or what you would say is face to face, or he's allowing them to eat from his table, which is he's teaching them the things that they need to be taught in order to come closer to him and to be more righteous upon the earth. This is the reason why in Ezekiel 12, it says, those who keep the law shall shine bright like the firmament. As the stars of heaven, they shall turn many to righteousness. So, uh, how do you turn somebody to righteousness? You got to keep the Torah. And that's what the Torah is actually really telling you to do. But you can't do that if you can't get behind the threshold. That's the reason why he says, I shall put my threshold with your threshold. My doorpost shall be against your doorpost. And the reason why is because the Most High is trying to speak to you and tell you how to get behind that. And when you actually do hop behind the threshold, guess what? You can't go to the right or to the left because the two bars of the Ark of the Covenant is blocking you. That means, in that sense, you gotta walk straight. Why? Because the two bars that's basically keeping you in place is Him, and that's the reason why He dwells between the two cherubim. So you want to take that in like Numbers or in the Book of Judges? No, Numbers and what is that? I want to say Samuel, where it tells you he dwells between the two cherubim. That's the reason why in the Ark of the Covenant they have two cherubim. And this is what Ezekiel was talking about. When you stand before the Ark of the Covenant, it was like standing before the mercy seat or the throne of God. That's actually what the Ark of the Covenant represented. And this is like what the priest and everybody knew. That's why when they would go into the tent of meeting, where the Ark of the Covenant was, or wherever the Ark of the Covenant was, it had them two long bars, and you had to walk in between those two bars, and there they would speak to the Most High, or the Most High would give whatever vision that he wanted to give to whatever prophet, or tell whatever leader he wanted to tell, go tell the people this. And this is exactly what the mind represented. The two cherubims represent the eyes, what you see and what you perceive, and how you pass judgment. And if you don't have the Torah, because the Torah went in the Ark of the Covenant, you don't have the Torah in your mind, you can't effectively pass judgment because you're unbalanced. And that's exactly what those concepts are talking about. That means psychologically you have something wrong with you that you have to fix. And there's a reason why it's always been about the inward self. This is what the contrite heart is what King David talks about in the Psalms. And this is what the Most High says, knowledge of me is more important. Because if you have the knowledge of God and you have that broken spirit and contrite heart, meaning that you understand every single day there's something that you need to fix about yourself, and you use the commandments to guide you, this is how you enter the threshold. This is what he's talking about. And this is why he's saying, those who can do that shall eat from my table. Because now you know what righteousness is. This is Isaiah 8:20. Those that don't speak according to the law, there is no light in them. What is that light? The light has been the Torah. The Torah is like this is Psalms. This is what David is talking about. And David had so much wisdom in the Torah. This is the reason why Zechariah 12 is so important too. And that's the reason why it goes with Ezekiel. Because if the weakest of us have that much respect unto the Torah, do you understand as a people how we would act? Like, David was kind and compassionate, yet he was a warrior. He didn't let nobody speak ill about the Most High nor his people. These brothers ain't got that spirit. They'll throw each other under the bus fast. You know, that's just how it is. That's what happens when you don't have the Torah as your navigational point or your guide, and that's the whole entire concept of what the Most High is saying when He says, "My people have no knowledge, and they suffer for it, or they perish for a lack of knowledge." This is what He's talking about, because the Torah is not there to be your moral compass. I'm not dwelling upon your mind. My Torah is not your conversation all day. You try to hop over into my house with another God, and and you trying all of these different tactics to get closer to me, to find out who I am and what I am. And because you're not wholehearted like David, nor are you pure of heart. And David was pure of heart. If you read David and you understand his characteristics, he was pure of heart, though he did do bad things. You can still be pure of heart and be evil. You've seen that plenty of times in you know in real life situations. Bumpy Johnson, for instance. You know what I mean? He was an evil person, did a lot of evil stuff, but he gave back to his community. He did set up certain institutions that give jobs to people and stuff like that. He had a pure heart. He had good intentions. He just did wicked stuff to get what he got. But the Most High is saying, my servants don't have to do that because they have me as their navigational point. That's why the Most High is like, I take care of these birds in heaven. You feel me? Don't worry, I'll take care of you too. And that's the reason why Proverbs 30 is so important too. Proverbs 30 talks about neither make me rich nor make me poor. One, so that I don't be saying who is God, and the other, so I don't steal and break your commandments and defame my God. See, a lot of people are stuck on worldly desires and riches. They don't know how to be content. They're materialistic because the capitalist system of America has taught you to be that way. That's the reason why you can't be an average guy. But that only exists in the black community. That don't exist nowhere else. I've been in the other communities. They like the average guy. The average guy does what? He goes to work, handles his responsibilities, he pays his bills, and whatever else he does, he reverence to whatever faith he believes. They love that. Other motherfuckers don't love that shit, which is no knowledge, stupidity. And that's what the curses are. Stupidity. And once we realize that the curses are you being cursed with stupidity, now we have to figure out where does our knowledge, wisdom, and understanding come from. The Most High, He says that through Deuteronomy. He says that in the book of Judges. He says it in Joshua. He says, "My Torah is your knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. And because you have rejected that, I will reject you and your descendants to those who hate me to 3 to 4 generations." But this all ties into Zechariah 12 back into Ezekiel, because yet have we have been like David and been wholehearted, the Most High wouldn't turn His face from us, no matter how wicked. That's His mercy, because He don't do it for our sake. He does it for His name's sake. His name and His reputation is upon us, so He's gonna do things regardless of whatever we decide to do. We are insignificant. We're nothing but dust. At the end of the day, the Most High has His plan and He will execute it. And that's the reason why I kind of laugh like when people argue all the time about prophecies and stuff like that, and they don't actually get the real meaning of the scriptures. Because you could argue about prophecy all day, it don't mean that it's going to change. When the Most High decides to act, who can stop Him? Like you can sit there and say, "Oh, all the prophecies been fulfilled, everything is done." You could say that, but let's just say if the Most High was like, "Oh, I'm gonna prove you a liar today, and just destroy everything, and then start over, and then you come to the kingdom and we stone you for your blasphemous statements," and then we'd be like, "Oh, well, you said everything was fulfilled, so you said we didn't have to keep the commandments, so yeah, so
Hey, but you just said it though. We even if we didn't have the book of the prophets and we just had the Torah, you literally just said how we know the Most High is going to save us for His own name's sake. That's
yeah."
facts. That's
Go
big
ahead,
fact.
Manelek, because I gotta walk in this store. But
Yeah. So even if we didn't have the book of the prophets or anything, The Most High already made it clear in the Torah. Not for our sake does He save us, but for His name's sake, so that the other nations that we're like profaning His name to will not be like, "Where's your God now? He's not real." So that's what He's gonna save us because of that. Like, that's why I be trying to tell brothers, like, spend some time in the Torah. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so he left off at. I'll actually pull it up now. So I was just like freestyling there earlier. Ezekiel 43. And he said to me, "Son of man, this is the place of my throne, and this is the place of the soles of my feet, where I shall dwell in the midst of the children of Israel forever. And the house of Israel will no longer defile my holy name. They and their kings with their harlotry and with the corpses of their kings in their high places, by placing their threshold." I'm sure Zaya is going to go into this real quick when you get out the store. By placing their threshold with my threshold and their doorpost beside my doorpost, and the wall was between me and them. And they defiled my holy name with the abominations which they committed, and I destroyed them with my wrath. So basically, like the doorpost and the threshold next to his threshold. And I'm pretty sure he'll go into it when he get out the store. But yeah, we got 3-year-old and 5-year-old here. We got Elmo and whatever else she's watching at the same time. Sound crazy, but they give thanks for life. But he said, let me like read it correctly because I was just freestyling. He said, and it was like the appearance of the vision that I saw, as the vision that I saw when I came to destroy the city, and visions like the vision that I saw by the river Kabar, and I fell upon my face. So it's very obvious he's having a vision. And the glory of Yah came to the house by the way of the gate that faced eastward. And they Rawak lifted me and brought me to the inner court. And behold, the glory of Yah filled the house. So, like, the Rawak is like, it's the mind. Isaiah 11:2. So, everywhere it says spirit, everywhere that the Goy put spirit, we're going to put mind. The mind of Yah shall rest upon him, a mind of knowledge, a mind of wisdom, a mind of understanding. Da'at Hokman Bina. And the mind of heroism and counsel, and the mind of Yah will animate him who it sits upon. And he will not judge by the seeing of his eyes or the hearing of his ears, but he will judge according to like the Torah. That's the Holy Spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh. This is like what uplifted Ezekiel into the house. And the glory of Yah came to the house by the way of the gate that faced eastward. And a Rawak lifted me and brought me to the inner court. And behold, the glory of Yah filled the house. And it's like Kabad Yahweh Habayat. And I heard him speaking to me from the house. And a man was standing beside me. And he said to me, Son of man, this is the place of my throne, and this is the place of the soles of my feet, where I shall dwell in the midst of the children of Israel forever. And the house of Israel will no longer defile my holy name. They and their kings with their harlotry, and with the corpses of their kings in their high places, by placing their threshold with my threshold, and their doorposts besides my doorposts. And the wall was between me and them. And they defiled my holy name with their abominations which they committed, and I destroyed them in my wrath. Hey, Zaya, you there?
Yeah,
You want to do the
yeah, I'm
doorpost
here. Can you hear me?
threshold? Yeah, the doorpost and the threshold.
Yeah, I mean the doorpost and the threshold. That's exactly what I was talking about. Like that's the reason why, like, when people read this, they don't read it. So that they don't read it slow enough. Like, and that's one thing that I like to do. Like, I like to read my scriptures very slow, and then I read it in both languages so that I understand it. I read it in all three dialects. So I can understand the Jewish argument, I can understand the Israelite argument, and then I can understand, the I guess you would say what the middle ground is Aramaic. So when the Most High is saying this, like, can the Most High physically put his threshold against your threshold? And this is within the building of the temple in Ezekiel. So can the Most High literally do that? Yes. Is it something that you can physically see? No. Like, is that's the whole thing about why Ezekiel's temple is not Solomon's temple. Like, if you understand the design and you actually drew out both temples, they're not the same, not in the least bit. Because Solomon's temple is decked out. Like, Ezekiel's temple is not decked out. They got the plates, the gold, and the silver, but these things are different aspects of the brain. So when you go into like the silver and then the gold and then the plates of what it's talking about, is actually these are different functions of the brain. One is like, for like silver is understanding, which is but and that's interesting about it is that the silver when you flip the word backwards is I think is nah I gotta look at my notes. But I think it's mm, man, what was silver again? And Yazoo was going at it over that. But I forgot what it was called. But when you flip it backwards, it also means to cut off. Like so if you saying it in a sentence, it'll be like understanding cut off. Like that's the whole entire interesting thing about it. Like when me and Yazoo was going into it about the brass and stuff like that. Brass is like a common you feel me like a common metal. Like it's low understanding. It also meant like a base creature, like in the Hebrew. And me and him go over that because he got the Neanderthal argument or whatever. But no, that was just the Most High raising you into the temple portion where now you can learn to do the services. Because it's like first you're like a baby in the truth, right? You don't know no better, so you have to get rid of whatever bad stuff that you've been doing to even start to understand the walk. Once you understand the walk, you sit up and then you're like, oh, okay, now I get to know the holy things. And this is what Ezekiel 43 is talking about. Like he says, I will let them keep charge of my holy things, and they shall teach the people about this and that and this and that. So that's exactly what he's talking about. That's the reason why he says, I shall put my threshold against their threshold, because that's where you meet the veil in the silver portion of the behind the curtain before you go to the Ark of the Covenant and stand in the Holy of Holies. And then the gold portion, which is knowledge, then you would go into the Holy of Holies. You go behind the veil, like and that's the reason why it says, I should put my doorpost against their doorpost. Not literally, but yeah, figuratively, yes. So when these things are happening, you got to understand that the Most High is saying, like, I'm trying to see if you're going to profane and do what the other Levites did, which was they profaned the sanctuary. They brought in strangers of uncircumcised heart. Why is he making a mention of uncircumcised heart, uncircumcised mind? That's what he's talking about. Like these were base people. Like yeah, they could understand some stuff, but they couldn't go no higher than that. And they would make things fit around their agendas. This is what happened when they started letting people buy the priesthood. And that's exactly what they did. They let people buy the priesthood. And that's the reason why we have all these different denominations and different doctrines and all of this different stuff. Because you had foreigners coming in teaching Israel how to be Israel. That's like a white person that ain't never lived in the hood come to the hood and tell me how to be black. You ain't never been black. And that's the same thing with people teaching the Torah. They'd be like, if you never lived the Torah, or you never had experience living it, how are you going to teach somebody how to live it? Or how are you going to tell an Israelite how he should act or how he should be? You don't believe in this. You don't teach it. And this is exactly what was going on with the wicked priests in the actual Israelites or the sons of Zadok, because the sons of Zadok kept the charge. They separated themselves from the rest of the Israelites, the ones that were righteous at least. So that's exactly what it is. Like, and that's the reason why why he says later on in the verse, around the top of the mountain shall be most holy, and then he goes into the cubits and the meters and stuff like that. But when you start to break these things down and what these things actually mean, he's literally describing a brain and a person. It's you're no longer ruled by the nafesh, which is the animalistic portion of yourself, which is the base portion. It's the thoughts that when you see certain things, you desire it and you'll do anything to get it. That's idolatry. That's fornication. That's adultery. Those are what those things are. Like, don't get me wrong, you have the physical acts, but I'm speaking mentally, like spiritually. Those are fornication. When you start to love money more than you love the Most High, when you start to value things more than you value reading the Word and stuff like that, or performing acts of Zedekiah, which is righteous. Like when you do stuff like that, then you should reevaluate yourself, and that's what the bronze altar was for you to burn away the bad portion, just like when the priest cut the animal. They would burn away the bad portion, but what would they do also? They would eat up the good portion. Why would they? Why do you think that they did those? Because they ate up the good part of it, hoping that they would take in those qualities. That's why the dietary laws are the way that they are. Because certain animals have certain qualities, and you've heard the saying before: "You are what you eat." Most people that eat these things, I'm not saying that they're all bad people, but they have qualities about them that if you really pay attention to, you would be like, "Dang, you really act like a pig, or you act like a rat or a snake." The reason why we weren't supposed to eat certain animals. The reason why I like sheep and stuff, we were always compared to these things, is because we had some qualities like sheep. Sheep are naive. Naivety is like the purest form of honesty. You don't really know no better. That's why you have to be led. But you gotta understand, when a shepherd comes, you gotta know that the show is the shepherd of a wolf, or he's actually a shepherd. What is that shepherd asking you to do? These are the intelligent questions that once the Most High get inside you, you start asking questions. Like, one thing about the Jewish people, even though some of them ain't the people, uh, but they internalize the Torah. That's why they question everything. And they be like, "Oh, you say this?" Like, you talk to one, they will question you about every little detail because they got to make sure they stepping correctly. We don't do that as a people. We look at you and be like, "Oh, I like the way he speaks. Oh, he got nice clothes. Oh, he look nice. Oh, he must, he must, he sound real good. Ooh, I should follow him. Ooh, he got a lot of people following him. Ooh, he got a lot of cheerleaders. Don't even know that half these people he leading don't know where they going, and he don't even know where he going. Because, like I said, I'm glad Sister Dia in this room. Sister Dia, it was your room, so I was respectful. I want to tell you this, Sister Dia. I'm so grateful for you, sis, because when you ask that question, why do you serve Yah? I'm sorry to say it, but like I said earlier, the soul of Menelec, hearing their stories, they don't know. They don't know why they serve Yah. But all three of us up here know why we serve Yah. And we can tell you extensively, and we'll talk joyfully about it, even though it may be a painful memory, even though it may come with some sadness. We'll tell you why we serve Yahweh. These other dudes, stuttering, uh, uh, short 3 to 5 word answers. They can't tell you why they love Yah. They have to make shit up. Why? And I'm sorry for cussing, sis. I know you don't like cussing. But they have to make stuff up because of the fact that they ain't eating from the table. They the priest that the Most High said, like, yeah, I'm going to keep you around, but you can't come in the holy of holies. Yeah, you could do the little services, but that's on the outside. That's what Ezekiel was telling you in Ezekiel 44. They could do the little services on the outside, but they ain't allowed to come eat from my table. Why? Because they don't even know why they serve Yahweh. They really don't know. They were just trying not to look bad in front of people. But I love you for doing that, sis. Because in my head, I was clowning everybody in the room, and I was like, I know Most High, you ain't dealing with everybody in that capacity. I know I gotta have mercy and justice, and I gotta be, thankful that you allowed me to even see the wonders in your tour, the miracles in your tour. But I kind of had to, sis, because of the fact that these people don't know why they serve Yah. They don't, because they can't get over the wall. They can't get over. Matter of fact, man, like bring that out real quick, bro. Before I gotta get up off of here because I just got home. I gotta go to sleep because so I actually got a job.
Which one you want? In Ezekiel?
Nah, give me Zephaniah 1.
All right.
Because you just read that in Ezekiel. Give me Zephaniah 1. I think what started verse 6. Yeah, I'm going to be a little carnal. 6. Man, I'm going to be actual man. I'm not even going to be 7, complete, or heavenly.
It
I'm going to
says,
be man right now. I'm going to be base.
and them that are turned back from Yahweh, and those that have not sought Yahweh, nor inquired for him, hold thy peace at the presence of Yahweh, Elohim, for the day of Yahweh is at hand. For
Hold
Yahweh
up.
has
He said
prepared a
those
sacrifice.
who didn't, hold up. He said those who didn't inquire about Yahweh. Damn, I could have sworn David said, I shall inquire in Psalm 27. I shall inquire about your sanctuary. I shall inquire about your house. I shall inquire about you all day. Hmm.
Facts.
Continue.
Says, and them that are turned back from Yahweh, and those that have not sought Yahweh, nor inquired for him. Hold thy peace at the presence of Yahweh Allahayim, for the day of Yahweh is at hand. For Yahweh has prepared a sacrifice, he that bid his guest. And it shall come to pass in the day of Yahweh's sacrifice that I will punish the princes and the king's children, and all such are as clothes with strange apparel. In the same day also I will punish all those that leap on the threshold, which fill their
Stop,
masters' houses with violence and deceit.
stop. He shall kill who?
Says, he shall kill the princes and the king's children, and all as such are clothed with strange apparel.
Continue.
In the same in the same day also will I punish all those that leap on the threshold, which
Oh,
fill
wait,
their
wait, wait,
masters'
wait,
houses
wait.
with violence.
So he's gonna punish those who build their master's house with violence. He's gonna punish all those who try to leap over the threshold with those who fill their master houses with violence. Damn, I wonder who their master is. Because half of these dudes say Yahweh is their master. So you filling the Most High's house with. Bring that out in Ezekiel 44.
Threshold, here it is.
No. Bring
Ezekiel
out
4.
where the Levites did wickedly, and they was bringing
Come on,
abominations in the temple.
come on, here it is. By verse 7, by bringing aliens of uncircumcised heart and of uncircumcised flesh to be in my sanctuary to profane my house, by offering up my food, fat, and blood, and they broke my covenant in addition to all your abominations. You did not keep watch of my holy things, and you appointed keepers of my watch in my sanctuary. Keep going.
I wonder who these masters is that they appointed in the house of the sanctuary. That they came back and filled that house with violence. Go back to
Fact, they
verse
say right
19.
here. All right.
Go ahead, finish that. Go ahead, finish that.
Yeah, it says, so saith Yahweh Allah, I am no alien of uncircumcised heart or uncircumcised flesh may enter my sanctuary of any alien who is in the midst of the children of Israel. And then go back to Zephaniah. You want me to start over?
Nah, pick up where you left off at.
And it shall come to pass in the day of Yahweh's sacrifice that I will punish the princes and the king's children and all as such are clothed with strange apparel. In the same day also I will punish all those that leap on the threshold, which fill their masters' houses with violence and deceit. And it shall come to pass in that day, saith Yahweh, there shall be a noise of a cry from the fish gate, and a howling from the second, and a great crashing from the
Hold up.
hills.
I'm gonna let. Where's the fish gate at?
The temple.
Okay, continue.
How ye inhabitants of Maktesh, for all the merchant people are cut down. All they that bear silver are cut off. And it shall come to pass at
Wait,
that time.
wait, wait, stop. Whoa. Reread that? The
Facts.
merchants. The merchants. Canaanites. Oh.
How ye inhabitants of Maktesh, for all the merchant people are cut down. All they that bear silver are cut off.
That's light.
And yeah, by the way, I did look up that word for y'all. It's kesef for silver, and to be cut off or to stop, be stopped is feshech. So it's literally the same word backwards. Therefore, their goods shall become a booty, and their houses a desolation. They shall also build houses, but not inhabit them, and they shall also plant vineyards, but not drink the wine thereof.
Oh, you get it then stop, bro, because it's just gas. And like I said, I
No,
gotta
but it's
say
fulfilled
shalom.
already. It's fulfilled already. It could never happen again. A damn excuse to do it.
Yeah, any excuse to be wicked. But I gotta say, Shalom family, shalom. I love y'all. And y'all willing, whenever he tells me to get back on the app, I'll get back on the app. But until then, I'm gonna say peace out, y'all. I love y'all, Sister Dia, and everybody else that was listening. Um, Sister Dia, you very wise. Keep asking them questions. But pay attention to what them brothers are saying. They don't let the Most High, nor do they know Him. But I'm gonna say shalom to y'all. And brother Soul and them, I keep in touch. I jump on here whenever the Most High put it on my spirit to jump in here. But
Hey, she coming up real quick.
okay,
Sister Dia, go ahead and with them good one question. Mike Tyson, haymaker for the soul.
but yeah, man. I don't know, Sister D. I don't know if you're trying to talk. You muted, sis. But I do gotta give me some sleep. I gotta be up at 6 in the morning. So.
Hey, Zaya, we talk about that all the time too, right?
Hmm.
Those are questions. Those are questions of like healing, not to like cut. That's just powerful stuff. But yeah, Shalom, Yahweh Khaz.
Yahweh God. Shalom. All right, so man, stay up, brother. Don't let these brothers do no wicked shit to you, bro. Stay
Shalom.
up, so
Never that. Never that. Shalom.
shalom.
But yeah, a lot of things that you see in the scriptures, yes, a lot of the things have been fulfilled, but the behaviors and the punishments that are found within it, oh yeah, that happens every day. Don't let them fool you.
No, I'm saying he's getting off the app though. We won't see him.
No, Zaya will be around. That's my man right there. Zaya, he'll be around. He just try to like,
Okay.
he avoids certain things, and sometimes I'll be putting my neck where it don't belong.
He is so, you know what? He has such a good heart though. Man, like he's a good person. Ever since I've known him, he had a zeal for y'all. I don't know if he could hear me or not. My mic is always muted. Either it's unmuted when it's not supposed to be, but yeah, he's one of the good ones, man. Like he really is. He's serious and he's honest with his. He doesn't try to deceive at all. He has a pretty good background too. He's honorable. I'm gonna miss that young man. When I see people on here that really do love Yah, and I don't care if they're Yah only or not, but they don't know, they don't serve nobody else. They might have think they got a Messiah somewhere, but when they love him, you know what I'm saying? It comes from his heart. That does sadden me. I tell you, we got to do better. We do. We losing our people like that. And I know it's only going to be 1/3, but we don't know who that's going to be. Maybe we're going to reach them once we get off the app and on it. Maybe we're just on here for a minute and then we got to go our separate ways or something. But it's parting that hurts. It's sad to me.
Yeah,
It's,
I understand too. Brother Isaac got off of here. That one hurt my feelings. And this is the thing, right? Hold on, real quick. Let me drink this real quick. This is the thing. Like I said earlier, there's tons of different communities on this app, and it's literally like they're not even like serious niches. Like the niches that have these that are have communities on here. It's like the coffee in the morning club, or like the gardening club, or like classical music club. Man, they have millions of people in their community, and they all respect each other. And these are like sideline things, right? But this community here, where it's about Yah and the Torah, where we're supposed to put it first. For some reason, we can't respect each other or actually build a community, even just on the internet. It's pretty sad. So it's nothing wrong with the app. The app is not the problem. It's how like it's being used. People shouldn't have to run away from that app just because of like certain people's behaviors and stuff like that. People should have enough integrity to call these things out and to straighten them out. And if you can't fix it, hey, then we move on as a. And I kind of like, man, I wish I had more time to talk to Isaac before he left. Luckily, I got his number. Um, man, I should have like tried to talk to him. I'm like, man, like, bro, how about like all of us like get, Yehudi Amaran probably be able to help us out with this as well. Uh, Yehudi, there's a lot of good people that are like leaving this app that we've been building with
yes.
because they can't like get away from like the bad stuff. But it's not really the app that's the problem. Like
It's
the
the
app
people.
works great. Yeah,
It's the
the app is
people.
always being updated and like innovated, and it works. It's actually one of the best communication apps I've ever seen in my life.
I
It's a good thing. It's the people, like you said.
I agree. And see, I don't have Zia's number. I forgot to ask for his number. I'll get him. Maybe if he still has his avatar on here, I'll back chat him. But what you're saying is exactly right. But then we can't just keep doing that. Those that really love you, I want to live this. We just have to put our foot down. Maybe it's gonna be certain ones that's just gonna be together. Some gonna be here, some gonna be there. But I just hate to see it because we've lost a lot of good people. I mean, they honestly said it's because of foolishness. It's because of stuff they've been attacked for no reason or whatever. And they don't even sometimes say who attacked them. They just say they've been attacked. They can't do anything. And it's a mess because some of them have even said violence was proposed to them. So it's just crazy. How do you name the name of Yah and then want to beat somebody up because they don't believe what you believe? That's crazy.
Hey, that's what the Ku Klux Klan does. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, that is what they do. Yeah, that is what they do. Mm. And Z is one of the young ones. You know, he's not old at all. Got a lot of vibrant energy, you know what I'm saying? Vitality. Mm.
Yeah, Zaya, that's a good brother of mine, man. We've been building for years. Like,
Yeah.
um, honestly, like the Menelik that you see today,
Mm-hmm.
like versus the Menelik like 3 years ago, like I give that to Yah and to Akim and Zaya, like taking time to work with me how to like relay my words, speech patterns, dealing with my anger issues, stuff like that. Like that's them right there.
You see, you see, Menelec. And when I first came on the app, there was a group that was on here that they were so positive. They gave the word of Yah, and everybody could go to their room and learn. They listened to them. They were held in very high esteem. I mean, it was beautiful. We're slowly losing that. We don't see a lot of it anymore.
Oh yeah, we was on one accord, bringing
Mm-hmm.
out the scriptures that you don't need sacrifices, all of that from all throughout the whole book. Like it was like a daily thing. Like we were actually like helping people. Like
Mm-hmm.
it was like you, Doctor. Everybody was getting along. Like at the beat, like Warifo was there, Face,
Yeah.
Sage,
Yep.
Sister Judah. We was all on one accord. Like it was
Yeah.
the Yah only fam. You know.
Sure was, Menelec. So many. Barb was there, and Joe, and just different ones, and nobody was attacking anybody. We were just living our lives, and if we didn't agree, we separated. Like but we didn't separate with "I'm not talking to you, I don't like you," or "I'm gonna beat you up." No, we just said, okay, we can't really just come to grips on this, so we'll do our own thing, but we still would go to each other's rooms. We still would talk. It was just a difference. It wasn't this I don't know what you call it. This spirit, this energy, the energy, I guess you would say. I don't know.
Well, we would tell each other that we love each other. That was a big part.
You know what we did, didn't we? Every day, just about, because we were so happy to be together. We were just happy. I mean, for real. We were sleeping on the app too. That hasn't changed. But yeah, we told each other, and we were serious with it. Man, it ain't been that long, but I sure miss them days. I tell you. Now
Yep.
everything is.
YVO, Joe, Mordecai.
Mhm.
If I'm forgetting any names, Sister
Stephanie,
Tahila. A bunch. Yeah.
Lonnie, Linwood. Oh my gosh, Cheryl. It was so many. They would come through. And do you remember, Menelik? It wasn't just the Yah only gang. We had some of the Christians that would come through, and they were honoring Yah. Like they wouldn't mention any other name but Yah. And they would come with us and help us celebrate. Like, they would give homage to Yah. You know what I'm saying? Loyalty and stuff. It wasn't no division like that. Even though they said they had a Messiah, they still honored only Yah in our room. They were
Yep. Sister Stephanie and them. Yep.
very respectful. And we were respectful to them. And we visited each other. And guess what? People learned and grew. And some went this way, some went that. But they would always periodically come back, have good things to say. What's going on with us now, Menelec? Is it about whether or not we win something, or whether or not we prove we the best, or because that wasn't the attitude back then. That wasn't the prize. The prize was just being able to be heard on what we believe. That was the prize.
Yeah. More and more people every day was becoming Yah only when they seen how we would act compared to everyone else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. That's 100% true. And they would always tell us to. They would say it's something different about the Tanakh only. We may not agree with everything you're saying, but you guys, the way y'all treat each other and the way y'all have decorum in your room, they appreciated that.
Yep. Even like the Jewish brothers, Yoshiyahu and them, their rooms were always clean. Like now, I don't know what happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, how you used to make it where we don't cuss in the rooms. Like sometimes the men would slip up, but like now it's like a war zone and every room is crazy.
It is. Curse words are so, and people don't understand. All words carry a certain atmosphere, environment. It's an atmosphere with words. You make it, or you make it conducive for people to come and for peace, or you make it conducive for people to come in war. And words that are profanity are naturally words that produce war. It's built in them. That's what they're for. That anger-filled world words or strife-filled words. Hmm.
And they're infectious. It like it spreads. Like even like myself, like I've been like cussing up a storm sometimes lately, like
And you
because it's
never
like
curse.
that's what.
In fact, you never curse like that. What's going on? You never did.
Well, people like
And
plucking on good people's nerves and making them leave. Like, okay, so for like the past Saul has been doing the readings on here like every night. So we read the Torah,
mm-hmm,
Joshua, Judges, First Samuel, Second Samuel, First Kings, Second Kings.
mm-hmm,
What was it Isaiah? All that Jeremiah. We're about done with Ezekiel. All we've been doing is like reading, and then like Asia, and then Yashem would play like music about Yah all night until the morning, but
mm,
people still keep coming messing with us, and I'm like, so I've been like kind of standing up for them and like, okay, you want to mess with them, then I mean you're not gonna confound me, so then fine, let's play that game then. And they get mad, and like it turns into something else, but it's like, I don't want to do that. I just want to do what we're doing.
yeah, that's tiresome.
Yeah, it'll
Yeah,
actually
help us.
it'll consume you too. Like people make
Yeah.
rumors and stuff about you. It'll make you think about that instead of yeah. It's actually agitating.
Mm-hmm. It's meant to get you off where you're at and see if we stay where we at. More people will be drawn to Yah. But when they see all the fanfare, the fireworks, and all that, they're not looking at Yah. They're looking at the man and the woman and situations. Mm-mm-mm. We've come a long way. We've fallen a long way.
Yeah, like Colin, and that's the thing, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to be funny, like I'm actually being serious. So all the men in this room can agree that when they went on search for their first woman, when they came into truth to try to find a woman in the Torah already, that's very rare to find. So to find the sisters on here that are already in the Torah and then see brothers calling them B's and H's like nothing, call them dogs, and like telling them to hush their mouth, they ain't supposed to be speaking. Like this is crazy stuff. Like it makes me wonder if they're like kind of like funny style. Like,
Mm. We they calling them bees. Oh my gosh. Mm-mm-mm. Daughters of Zion. Daughters of Zion should never be talked to like that. They're precious because daughters of Zion are heed to the word of Yah. They're
yo,
obedient.
let me read it. Let me read it real quick. It's in Proverbs. You know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Come on, bro.
Proverbs 20. Okay. Here. Okay. Says. Hold on one second. Oops. I'm sorry. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I got it. It's the next one. 22, I believe it is. Actually, I think it's 20. Do you remember which one it is where it talks about the women in Proverbs?
You're talking about you're not talking about the virtuous woman, are you? You're
Oh
not
yeah,
talking
in Proverbs.
that's Proverbs 31. If you're talking about the
Yep.
virtuous woman, there's another one though that talks about some of the women, I think. But Proverbs 31 is what everybody usually they go to that.
Yeah, here it is. So like, yeah, I found it. Thank you. So it says,
You're welcome.
um, a woman of virtue or valor, who can find? For her price is beyond pearls.
Yeah, far
Her
above it.
husband, her husband relies on her, and he will lack no gain. She requites him with good and not with evil all the days of her life. She seeks wool and flax, and she works it with the will of her hand. She is like the merchant ships. She brings her food from afar. She rises when it is still night. She gives food to her household and all allotted share to her maidens. She contemplates a field and purchases it. From the fruit of her hand she plants a vineyard. She girds her loins with vigor and strengthens her arms. When she advises that her merchandise is good, her lamp does not go out at night. She stretches forth her hands onto the distaff, and her hands support the spindle. She spreads out her hands to the poor man and stretches her hands out to the needy. She fears not for her household for snow, for all her household are dressed in crimson. She makes beautiful the bedspreads of her, for herself, fine linen and purple wool, her raiment. Her husband is known in the gates when he sits with the elders in the land. Strength and beauty are her raiment, and she laughs at the last day. She opens her mouth with wisdom and Torah, and kindness is of her tongue. Like, yo, these are like princesses of the Most High. So that's why I was saying, like, I'm not trying to be funny or anything, but like, any man that's in here that's ever searched for a woman in the Torah know how rare that actually is to find. Like a woman that can actually like sit down and bring people to the truth. Man, you don't be calling them no B's and H's. That's wicked.
No, you should not call the daughter of Zion any kind of name. And it's right because she's virtuous. You know, I have a theory anyway. Men should not call women anything, even if they're wicked, because Tanakh doesn't tell them to do that. Tanakh says one thing to a man about an evil or a whorish woman, and that is leave her alone. Don't go her way. Don't go down her street. And as for the good women, you don't want to call them because they're going to be hopefully the mother of your children. And why would you beat down the one that you want to put and install love in your children, respect in your children, and a way of being able to speak out for Yah? You can't speak out unless you have a backbone, and you can't have a backbone unless you develop one, and you can't develop one unless you're in an environment that is sure, an environment that is safe. And so it's very important for the woman to be safe because whatever on the inside of her, she will transfer to that child. It's inevitable. That's what we do.
Yes, and keeping them like sisters and loving them and protecting them, standing up for them. That's a big thing because we're all hoping to go to some sort of kingdom together one day. And like that's your brother's future husband, or her children, her daughters. Like that's your son's future wives one day. Like, yeah, yo, what are we doing to the daughters of Zion? Like, it bugs me out because I have two small daughters, and I'm like, yeah, brothers out here teaching rape doctrine, calling women B's and H's. Like, man, man, the Most High forbid they come near them.
And he's talking about, yeah, but them niggas crazy trying to have sex with niggas that's like 11 and shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, like it's like kind of funny style. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but like they might kind of be on like the weird side because if they ever search for a woman in the Tanakh, they would know what I'm talking about, how rare it is to find these sisters on here. And you don't, number one, you don't just try to holler at all of them. Like, number one, you don't even do that. Number two, you're supposed to stand up for them and protect them from like these weird dudes that are gonna do things like that. And the thing is when you do stand up for them, the other dudes like they'll gang up on you, like look at you like you're funny style. I'm like, yo, like how am I funny style? Like, don't y'all have daughters and stuff? Like, don't y'all have a woman? Like, you want people to do that to her? Come on, man.
Nah, that's a fact though. Like they're supposed to stand up for him, and they're not even supposed to be, and that's supposed to be their sister, bro. So they're supposed to be defending from like a white man or something, or or another nation if they tripping or something. That's it.
Well, they're treating them like how the other nations have treated our sisters, and that's what I point out all the time. Is that's literally how um, the man treated us in captivity. Like the man used to treat our women like that, and you know what I'm saying? Like that's how they used to treat them. And you know what they used to do when we're in captivity? Plead for our lives for being like stuff that we would do in captivity. Like the master would like actually like have mercy on us sometimes because the women would be sitting there crying out like don't kill him, don't kill him, please don't kill him. We even today, we go to jail. The same woman they calling a B and an H that ain't worth nothing, that should keep their mouth shut, right? The same woman that they talk, who are they gonna call when they go to a jail? Call one of the women, right? So like, who they trying to fool? You see what I'm saying? Some of us been around the block before. Put their whole house up for you to get you out, and paying phone and food for you in there and all this stuff, and they call them a B and a H. That's crazy stuff, man.
If anything, they probably like white women. If you want
Some
to be
well,
honest.
some of them brothers need a hug. That's what they, like, they need to go and find their mother and give them a hug, and like try to like think in their own head how they would feel if somebody treated their mother or their sister or their daughter like that. Then they might stop, you know.
Then to claim that in the New Testament, JT called a woman a dog, and what's what they call the female dog now? Like they love to go to that scripture in the New Testament when JC called a Phoenician woman a dog.
Well, they did that to Sister Asia for absolutely no reason, and they was trying to holler at her at first, but then they start calling her that stuff. Like, that's not right, man. Like, what? At what point do we like lay down like the Torah? Like, be like, yo, like,
That's
go
wrong.
away.
You can call. No, Sister Asia doesn't deserve that. She's a daughter of Zion. She doesn't deserve that. And when I hear her speak, she doesn't come against people. She's not rude. She's not one of these people that's up in your face. She has her opinion. But I hate they do that. And I don't know who does it. But Sister Asia, I'm so sorry. You had to go through that. That should never be done to you. It shouldn't to any daughter of Zion. And everybody has a right
Yep.
to speak. That's the way
Yep.
y'all
They be doing it to Sage. They do it to Sage. They did it to Sister
do
Judah. They do it to
it.
Vanessa. Even Vanessa, they've done it to Vanessa. So
I
like, I'm like, when are they gonna stop?
I've never heard them call any of our sisters. So I'm shocked that anybody would call our sisters. I've never heard that. Even in the room, I've been in the room with some of the ones that be upset about what the Tanakh women are saying, but they never called us names. That hurts to hear that. I mean, for real, like no plan, just that just outright hurts. That bothers me. That they would call the daughter of Zion some names. Man, those names not good, but the Most High sees things. Remember what they say. I keep telling people, can you tell us? This is how I understand that scripture. Proverbs 11:31. It says, "The righteous shall be recompensed in the earth. How much more the wicked and the sinner?" In other words, you're going to get paid in this earth in full for everything you do. It may be small, it may be big, but it's not like the new book when it says reap what you sow. It's a different connotation. It means that you're going to pay. You're going to pay in full for what you did before you leave this earth. You're going to receive your pay. Your account will be settled in full. So the people that do things like this, they forget that they have to see this thing again. It doesn't go away. And what happens with that recompense word, when you look in the scripture, is being paid in full. And it's not always the same way you did it. So calling Asia or Sister Sage or Sister Judith a name, right? It hurts them. It hurts them deeply. But somebody may say, oh, it's just a name, it don't hurt. But if you're the one that called it, what will happen is that something will happen to you that you will know exactly how they felt. And at the time that you get it, you will surely know that you made somebody feel that way. It's not like it's secret. It's not done under a rock. It's out there. So people think, oh, I got a heaven or hell or New Jerusalem to go to. You. I don't know. That's between you and the Creator. But this I know, you won't leave this earth without paying in full what you've done, whether it's good or whether it's evil. If it's good, You will see yourself receiving good. And if it's not, you're going to receive otherwise. Thank you, Brother Menelec. Thank you so much.
Hey, you're right though, sis. Like, and that's something that a lot of us that are coming to Yah only have to recognize is that hey, there's no more JC, there's no more slate wiped clean. There's not no, you're gonna pay for what you have done. Not there's no letting it slide. It's all part of repentance. It's like literally says Han Zadik Ba'aresh Yashulam Afke Rasha Weote. It's like Yashalam is like the Yashulam is like the recompense. You will have to make amends. You will be repaid. You will make restitution. You will restore what you have broken. You will. It's literally like it's gonna pay. Like there's no letting. Like, the Most High doesn't let things slide. But that's part of the repentance. Is when He makes you pay for what you've done, you still serve Him. All those ideas of being in heaven with the people that have done you wrong, that's up out your mind. Get that out of there. It's not there. So for example, a man that has treated a woman like so wrong, and it does hurt them. It does. Like I have two daughters. Like if I'm ever like even like slightly like not like very tender and loving and sweet with them, like they feel it. They know. So like okay, for example, a brother, for example, if a brother like cheats on a woman, abuses her, or whatever, cheats on her with a hundred women, he's not going to be in some sort of heaven with that woman and all the other hundred women that he did that with. That doesn't work like that. That would be called like hell. Like that's what we've been like looking forward to all of our Christian lives, and that stuff is not real. What is real is what Sister Adia just put down on how we're going to be recompensed for what we do. That's why it's important to see that Ezekiel 18, and we say it all the time. I'll just go to it. There it is. Here it is. And they say, let's go to like the last. All right, fine. Let's go to verse 21. And if the wicked man repents of all his sins that he has committed and keeps all my Torah and executes justice and righteousness, because Proverbs 21, verse 2 and 3, it talks about how justice and righteousness is more acceptable than a sacrifice. It says, he shall surely live, he shall not die. All his transgressions that he has committed shall not be remembered regarding him. Through his righteousness that he has done shall live. It don't say JC gonna wipe the slate clean or nothing. No, you got some work to do. This is what it say. And if the wicked man repents of all his sins that he has committed and keeps all my Torah and executes justice and righteousness, he shall surely live, he shall not die. All his transgressions that he has committed shall not be remembered regarding him. Through his righteousness that he has done, he shall live. He's still going to pay for what he did as he's committing these acts of righteousness. Because Proverbs 21, verse 2 and 3 say, every man's way is straight in his own eyes, but Yah seeks and searches out the heart. Acts of Zedekah, charity, righteousness, and justice are more acceptable to God than sacrifice. So it says, do I desire the death of the wicked, says Yah? Is it not rather in the repenting of his ways that he will live? And when the righteous man repents of his righteousness and does wrong and does like all the abominations of the wicked man, shall he live? All his righteous deeds that he has done will not be remembered. In his treachery that he has perpetrated and in his sin that he has sinned, in them shall he die. Yet you say the way of Yah is not right. Hear now, O house of Israel. Is it my way that is not right, or is it rather your ways that are not right? If this don't let you know JC is another God, I don't know what will. They say when a righteous man repents of his righteousness and does wrong and dies on that account, for the wrong that he has done, he should die. And when a wicked man repents of the wickedness that he has done and does justice and righteousness, he will keep his soul alive. He will see and repent of all his transgressions that he has committed. He shall surely live. He shall not die. And yet the house of Israel say the way of Yah is not right. Is it my ways that are not right, O house of Israel? Is it not rather your ways that are not right? Therefore, every man according to his ways I will judge you, O house of Israel, says Yah. Repent and cause others to repent of all your transgressions, and it will not be a stumbling block of iniquity for you. Cast away from yourselves all your transgressions where you have transgressed, and make yourselves a new heart and a new spirit. And why should you die, O house of Israel? For I do not desire the death of him who dies, says Yah. So turn away and live. It don't say nothing about no man dying for your sins and taking it away from you. That's a different God that's teaching that. This is the God of this book that's teaching this. So when we come to Yah only, this Ezekiel 18, that's how he operates. And there's no wiping no slate clean or nothing. No, there's none of that. This is what it says. Cast away from yourselves all your transgressions whereby you have transgressed, and make yourselves a new heart and a new spirit. And why should you die? That's how the Most High is doing it. Therefore, every man according to his ways, I will judge you, O house of Israel, says Yah. Repent and cause others to repent of all your transgressions, and it will not be a stumbling block of iniquity for you. He didn't say he gonna let you slide either. While you're repaying what you have done, you are to do right. Even while you start to get afflicted for what you've done, you continue to do right. That's repentance. They don't teach that in no church. Okay, so let's go to Proverbs 21, verse 2 and 3. Man's every way is straight in his own eyes, but Yah seeks the hearts. Performing charity and justice is preferred by God to a sacrifice. So doing the opposite of what you've done, doing something good, he's still gonna make you pay. But while you're paying for what you've done and you're doing good, that's when he's gonna deal with you. Hold on, let's keep going. Let's see what else is saying. Verse 27, the sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination. How much more if he brings it with plans of wickedness? So if you wicked and JC your sacrifice, then it don't mean nothing. And here it is repeated again. The sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination. How much more if he brings it with plans of wickedness? So the sacrifice don't mean nothing if you're going to continue being wicked in the first place. Now, let's see what else is saying. Let's see what else is saying. We went through some of this earlier, but we could keep going through. Let's go to the next chapter. Trying to find an exact one here. Talks about expiation for the sins. I'm scrolling through. We'll find it in a second.
Wait, can I say something while you look for that verse?
Yeah. Go ahead, my dude.
Yeah. So we see that Christianity created a deity that sacrificed, that they sent that down for their sins, and for their sins to be forgiven, they have to believe in this deity and ask in the name of this deity for their sins to be forgiven. And they go and said through the blood of Jesus, so this Jesus dying for their sins, but is the Most High listening to them? Because I don't see where the Most High said this is the formula for you to be forgiven of your sins. So they created this narrative, and if they go back to the Hebrew scriptures, they will let them know that it was supposed to be the Most High will forgive you if you repent of your ways, And the punishment that's going to come on you is going to still come according to his tender mercies. Because we remember when the Most High asked David to choose the form of your punishment, he says, "I rather, Lord, Lord, I rather you punish me, because if I leave it up to man, he's going to just destroy me. But I still will find mercy in you." So even if you know that the punishment is coming, you know that the Most High will still have mercy on you, as the punishment is coming. So that's how we know that these Christians are worshiping an idol, because only the Most High could forgive you of the sins. And you saying that JC needs to die for your sins. You just created JC. You just made JC into a deity.
Yeah, here it is. So we know in Hosea 6 and 6 it say, "For I desire loving kindness and not sacrifices, and knowledge of Elohim more than burnt offerings." That's because Proverbs 16 and 6 say, "With loving kindness and truth will iniquity be expiated, and through fear of Yahweh turn away from evil." When Yahweh accepts a person's ways, he will cause even his enemies to make peace with him. Better a little with righteousness than with revenues of injustice. A man's heart plans his way, but Yah prepares his step. Hey, this is real stuff right here, man. This is what the Most High's book, not that new book where it's talking about clean slate and everybody wicked get away with what they did wicked. Man, that's a different God right there.
Even those that claim that they don't believe that JC is God in flesh, if you ask that same person, "Do you believe that JC had to die for your sins?" And if they say yes, then they just made him into a God equal to the Most High, because only the Most High forgives sins. Why they can't get that is like 1 + 1 is 2. Are you?
And that's why he talks about like testing us and trying us like in a furnace of gold and like silver, like gold and silver. Because the more that you burn silver and gold, it becomes more pure. It doesn't become destroyed. It takes off the impurities. And like I said, like he's not gonna let you slide. He's gonna pay for what you did while you're doing good, and then he'll accept your repentance or whatnot. But like Deuteronomy 8 and 2, and thou shalt remember all the way which Yahweh thy Elohim led thee these 40 years in the wilderness to humble thee and to prove thee, to know what was in your heart, whether you would keep his commandments or not. So he'll test you and try you. It's literally called like the furnace of affliction. So like when you come into the truth and you start to repent for what you did, that's when he's going to start recompensing you to see what's really inside of your heart. So to go to Jeremiah 17 and 10. Let me see where it's at. Okay, this is what it says. Let's start upon 3. You who sit upon the mountain in the field, I will give your substance, all your treasuries for a spoil. Your high places are made for sin within all your borders. And you shall release, and I will avenge myself of you because of your heritage that I gave you. And I will make you serve your enemies in the land that you did not know, for you have kindled a fire in my nostrils that will burn forever. So says Yah, cursed is the man who trusts in a man and makes his flesh his arm, and whose heart turns away from Yah. He shall be like a lone tree in the plain, and will not see when good comes, and will dwell on parched land in the desert, on salt, sodden soil that is not habitable. Blessed is the man who trusts in Yahweh. Yahweh shall be his trust. For he shall be like a tree planted beside the water, and a rivulet spreads its roots. Because Psalms 1 say, the praises of a man are that he does not follow the counsel of the wicked or sit in the company of sinners or scorners, but his desire is in the Torah of Yah. And in his Torah he will meditate day and night. and he will be as a tree planted beside the river of water that brings forth its fruit in its season. Have you ever seen a plant that looked like it's dead, but it come back? That's us. For he shall be as a tree planted beside the river of water, and a rivulet spreads its roots, and he will not see when heat comes, and its leaves shall be green. And in the year of the drought will not be anxious, neither shall it cease from bearing fruit. The heart is deceitful above all things, and when it is sick, who will recognize it? I, Yahweh, search the heart and test the kidneys to give everyone according to his ways, according to the fruit of his deeds. So it says, test the heart and the kidneys, the heart and the kilea. The kilea means like the inward man, or the kidneys is an acceptable part of the animal sacrifice, which is actually you, separating the good portion from the bad portion of the animal. The bad portion is burned away. The first cut is on the neck or the throat. It releases the nafesh. Elohim breathed the breath of life into Adam and made him a living nafesh. He breathes it back in through his nostrils when you burn it, and it makes a pleasant aroma to the Most High. Then he fills you up with the ruach. Then you enter in. It's like it's all the temple is a teaching tool of the inward self. So it's like it says, I Yahweh search the heart, I test the kidneys to give everyone according to his ways, according to the fruit of his deeds. The kilea, like I said, it's the kidneys, or it's the inward man, or the inner self. That's what he's searching out. Like not what we just like say, or like, whatever. But like he's searching out like who like you really are inside. And kilea, it breaks down to kile, which is the same word that's used for everything that's used inside of the temple: the forks, the spoons, the staves, all the utensils, right? The pots, the pans, all that. It's called kile. And then like kela means like to accomplish, to fulfill, to do all. And then kal means all. So when they were in Exodus 19, before he gave them the commandments in Exodus 20, they said, "We will do all that you say that we should do." And that's where we're coming back to right now. We're like ready. We're like, that's what we want to do. It's what we're trying to say to the Most High. We want to do everything that you tell us to do. And then he gives you the commandments, and then you write it upon your heart and upon your soul. Bind it upon the side of your hands, an ornament between your eyes. Speak of it on the way. You come, when you go, when you rise. With your children, all these things, write it upon the doorposts of your home. That's like what we're getting back to. And nowhere in there does it include some man wiping away your slate, and you don't got to do all these things. That's crazy stuff.
It's like Israel looking for a shortcut. Instead of them doing that work, it's like, well, let's one person do it for all of us, and then we all, can get in. And the most is like, where you guys get that from? It's like, if you love me, just do it the way I tell you to do it. So it's like, you don't love me because you're coming up with your own ways and your own, like your own laws. You are law unto yourself. And there's no love in that. It's like you try to tell brothers, like, hey, listen, you know what I'm saying? Let's be holy unto the Most High. Let's put away unholy convocations. Let's walk this walk. Let's be a light unto the Gentiles. It's like, now we don't want to give that up. Why should we? We're not in the land, so why can't we just, you know, act anywhere we want to act? And then you see what comes out of that. Now they're disrespecting sisters. You know what I'm saying? They're threatening brothers with violence. And they can't even repent. They feel righteous in their ways. So it's like, are you gonna walk according to the Most High's will? If you're gonna be obedient, it's like you claim that you love the Most High, and it looks like you have a zeal, but it's not according to knowledge or wisdom or even understanding. It's just according to how you could debate the next person. It's like for you, it's all about debating. It's all about getting knowledge of history and debating the next person. But then when it's time to actually walk in the walk, you still want to be part of this world and not be part of the Most High's commandments. Are you?
Right. That's exactly what it is. Like, man, and there's really nothing that we could do about it. You see what I'm saying? And like, I've been thinking about like a lesson to put together for like a long time, and like for maybe the past few months, I've stopped writing things down. So like, but this right here is the slate wiped clean when you become Yah only. That's a big no, no, no. You're gonna pay for everything we did, but the Most High will keep you alive, and He will. This is what He says: if you do all that I command you this day, I will prolong your life and the life of your children to the land that you're coming to possess. That's what we want. And this is the thing: when you wrong your father, or you wrong your wife, or your brother, or your sister, when you see them, like this is just practical stuff, right? It's like if you do something wrong to somebody that you love, right? And next time you see them, you try to actually show them that you're sorry, right? That's what we're supposed to be doing with the Most High. Well, it's not just like words; it's actions. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. Like, okay, if we went into a random church and they're like, "Hey, you accept the sneezes and whatever," right? The slate is wiped clean and you can start over now. That's not the God of this Bible. He's like, "No, man, yeah, I'm gonna prolong your life if you do everything I told you to do, but you gotta do everything I told you to do." So this is what Ezekiel 20, and this is the Most High words, not my words. He said, "Then the word of Yah came." No, let's start at one. Now it came to pass in the 7th year, in the 5th month, on the 10th of the month, that certain men, elders of Israel, came to inquire of Yah, and sat before me. Then the word of Yah came to me, saying, "Son of man, speak to the elders of Israel, and say to them, So says Yah Elohim, have you come to inquire of me? As true as I live, I will not be inquired of by you, says Yah Elohim. Will you contend with them? Will you contend, O son of man? Let them know of the abominations of their fathers, and you shall say to them, So says Yah Elohim. On the day that I chose Israel, then lifted up my hand to the seed of the house of Jacob, and made myself known to them, and I was in the land of Mitzrayim. When I lifted up my hand to them, saying, I am Yah, your Elohim. On that day, I lifted up my hand to them to bring them out of the land of Mitzrayim to a land that I had sought out for them, flowing with milk and honey. It is the glory of all the land. And I said to them, Every man cast away his despicable idols from before his eyes, and pollute not yourselves within the idols of Egypt. I am Yah, your Elohim. But they rebelled against me. And he talks about he wanted to destroy him. He wanted to destroy him. And him not destroying us, there's your second chance. Because if he would have wiped out the ancestors, we would have not been here. There's your second chance right there. But we still gonna pay for what we did. And he's gonna try your heart and test your kidneys, the inward parts, to see like the inward man. The heart is not like love me with all your heart, your mind, and soul. Write these words of mine upon your heart. That's not literally like your heart. That's like the deep emotional pocket of your mind. He's like, write these words upon your heart and your soul, the nafisha, your mind. So it's the emotional part of your mind and the intellectual part of your mind, because both of them would persuade you to do what he says. Even if your intellect is failing you, your love for him should be, hey, just we're gonna do what he says. Like, okay, for example, like let's say like we were younger, right? And we get into some sort of trouble or whatever, and we need help, and we seek out to our father or our mother, and they take us in, right? And they're like, listen, boy, I got you. I got you. I'm gonna do whatever you need me to do. But don't come bothering me about nothing. Just do what I've been telling you to do. Go and take out that trash and wash these dishes. I want you to figure out what I told you to do, and then talk to me. I'm gonna do what I'm supposed to do. You figure out what you're supposed to do. That's how the Most High is treating us right now.
Yeah, I like how you brought that out. Even if your intellect fails you, the love of the Most High will still guide you the right way. And that's what I'm. You said that, man. I love the way you said that because that's the way I be thinking. Like, all these intellectuals in Clubhouse, when it comes to JC, when it comes to are we supposed to keep the commandments even outside the land? Those are all intellectual arguments that you're going to search out the scriptures as if the scriptures contain every little thing that we need. It's like, come on, we got to analyze these things. I do believe that there was more that was said to our ancestors that may not have been written down. It's just common sense. A newspaper doesn't contain everything that happened that day or that year. You know what I'm saying? But when your intellect is fighting against the love of the Most High, it's like it's just so easy to just press a default button and be like, you know what? I'm not sure if I'm supposed to believe in JC. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to keep this Sabbath, but I do know something. My ancestors were doing it, and it was deemed to them righteous. So I'm just gonna do it. That's the love right there. But when you see the opposite being done, it's like, where's the love for the Most High? You know, if you love me, even in the new book. And this is love, that you do his commandments. Even the new book gave you that. But the intellect is fighting against the simplest things with the Most High. You know what I'm saying? You making, you rationalizing or just because you caught up in your own ways. You're supposed to be walking in the Most High's ways, not your way. And yeah, I think it'd be a good thing to have that class because it will cover a lot of things. Like, what does it mean to be rebellious to the Most High? What does it mean to love the Most High with all your heart and all your soul? What does these things mean? How do that look when you walk that way? I think that's a good class to have. Are you?
Yeah, like you said, brother, like there's certain things that, people on their journey, they're not sure about the JC stuff. They're not sure about this or that. But one thing is written in stone right there. Keep them commandments and live.
Yeah, like reverse engineer what you learn from the Hebrew scriptures. Just reverse engineer that. Our parents was disobedient. You see what happened. If we are obedient, according to the Most High, the reverse is going to happen. Yeah, we still gonna have to pay for the sins of our forefathers, and we do that now. But he could prolong your life. He could prolong our life, so the next generation could get it right. But it's like this. I don't see when I was in this app, I was thinking that we was gonna see that, brother. I really thought that we was gonna see that. So when I approach a brother with scriptures to try to fix a situation, I got called a simp. I got called a homo. I'm like, damn, I'm being called a homo and simp trying to help folks. We solve a bad situation like think like this is how we supposed to do. I'm like, damn. Like, so this is what intellectuals do now. They come in here and talking like they about the Torah, but then when it's time to apply it, when you applying it, now you're saying, who are you to apply the Torah on me? I'm like, let us reason together and still trying to put out the olive branch. Let us reason. So I'm like, damn, like, is this how we treat the Most High? When the Most High is trying to trying to correct us, are we saying, nah, man, we ain't dealing with you, y'all. We dealing with JC. It almost feel that way. Now we rather deal with JC. We ain't because JC is like a clean slate. Hit that refresh button. But y'all, you talking about, nah, you're gonna have to pay for your sins, but as long as you repent and walk in my ways, I will have mercy on you. Nah, JC say he was just that he died for our sins. So no matter how many times we transgress, as long as we ask for forgiveness, we good. Even our deathbed. We could be on our deathbed like, I believe in JC and I'm good.
I think some brothers just need to start listening to some music about Yah, and turn off that damn wicked music they listening to, and cut off the TV for a little bit, and just sit down with that Torah, listen to some music about Yah, and purge that stuff out.
Yeah, like we can't be forever learning, you know. We can't be all about the intellectual portion of the scriptures and going deep into the histories and deep into prophecies and then when it comes to the commandments portion of it, you know what I'm saying? Like the most like what the scripture said. The scriptures, I didn't see no scripture saying to go deep into prophecies and talk and go around evangelizing telling people to drop JC all the time. The it was what I see is mainly how can you as an individual meditate on the Most High's law, statutes, and commandments on His Torah. It's like the stuff that deal with saving your soul was that walk. You know, you helping somebody see the light and putting down JC is not going to get you salvation if you walk in rebellion and you being rebellious against the Most High. You know, the Most High don't need us for that. You know what I'm saying? But I think some cats feel like as long as they're out there evangelizing and turning people, bringing people, or taking people away from Christianity, that's all they got to do. And maybe that's all they feel they got to do. Just get people away from JC, and that should be enough.
But you know what's crazy is these the music they listen to, bruh, it makes them hard for some reason.
Well, yeah, that stuff controls their mind. This is the thing. We used to talk about it all the time on Torah Nights years ago. It's called being a smart idiot. Where like, I mean, the people that we're dealing with, they're not like stupid. They're like just choosing to be wicked. Um, they're mixing the holy with the profane, and that like causes them to like think that certain things are okay, and it causes them to rely on their own perspective too heavily instead of like what is actually right. Clouding the judgment or whatnot, right? So, but yeah, that music and stuff, man. Like I had to stop all that cold turkey years ago. Like to the point now, I don't even feel right listening to any of that. Like, every now and then, like somebody that I've known from a long time ago, they'll come by or whatever. We go fishing or something, right? And we're riding in the car and like they're playing this crazy music, man. I'm like, bro, like turn that off, man. And they're looking at me like, man, like I'm like, bro, I don't listen to that stuff no more. I turn about the music about the Most High or something.
That's so true. They think it doesn't do anything, but when you listen to something, it always does something to you.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like some of those the Christianite rooms. How do I even turn this thing off? Relax, little girl. I got it. Haven't used this thing in so long. Yeah. Anyway, some of the Christianite rooms are like the Israelite New Testament Israelite. You go into some of their rooms, right? Like the big rooms and stuff, and they have so many people on stage, and like every now and then you'll hear somebody like um they'll come off the mic and you like hear like some dang genocide music playing in the back, and he's like trying to kick the scriptures. I'm like, man, you can't be serious. And that's the thing. Like they'll look at their own brethren and sistren that are, they're trying to do like what's right or whatnot, and they'll be, oh man, I don't want to listen to Menelec or Miguel, or I don't want to listen to Brother Soul, what they're saying. They don't know anything. Well, why are you listening to Gucci Mane and Future about killing me? Like, what do they know? Do they believe in the Torah at all? That's hypocrisy. These two type of thoughts don't belong in the same brain. See what I'm saying, Brother Miguel?
I heard that because Beyonce's music be thinking we're African, bro. If an artist claims to be something, bro, that's what we are.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, especially like the New Testament is like they'll spend 99%, the younger ones at least, they'll spend like 99% of the day listening to whatever they was listening to before they was in the truth. Ricky Smiley morning show, whatever foolishness, um, whatever like foolishness, right? It's hard to even think of whatever it could be. But drill music, trap music, all day long. They working at the job with heathens and talking heathen stuff all day long, filling their mind with sports, whatever, and they won't even find like 20 minutes for Yah. They don't think Yah don't see that. Oh no, man, I had a long day or whatever. Man, come on, man. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. I promise you, me, Zaya, and Akim, and Miguel was there too. We used to only spend like 20, 30 minutes on the Torah every night in those readings, and we read through the whole thing in like maybe like a month or so. So there's no excuse, man. Like that book. Let me look it up. Watch this. How long to read the Torah? Watch this. Get down to a mathematics science here. Uh, how long does it take to read the Torah? Watch this. After 22 years, a synagogue study group finishes reading the Torah from beginning to end. That's pathetic. All right. How long does it take to read the Torah? The average reader, reading at a speed of 300 words per minute, would take 6 hours and 32 minutes to read the Torah, 5 books of Moses. Okay? So you don't got to get buried holding it. This isn't like this is come on, man. Watch this. Even the New Testament, watch this. How long does it take? I believe it's 18 hours. Take to read the new and this and that's like going very slow, the mathematics on that. How long to read the New Testament? If you just spend 20 minutes per day, you could read all 5 books in, hold on, where is it at? I just clicked on it. Okay. Here it is. Okay. In just 12 minutes per day, you could read the entire Bible in a year. Does that feel a bit ambitious? In just 6 minutes per day, you could read the entire New Testament over the course of 6 months. Whatever your pace, the point is to make daily Bible reading. I mean, yo, it takes about 10 hours total to read all four Gospels. Okay. And it says it takes about 15 hours to read all of the prophets from Isaiah to Malachi. Spend just 30 minutes a day reading the prophets, and a month from now, you will have finished all 17 prophets. I mean, yo, come on, man. Like, what are we really doing at this? Like, what are we doing at this point? So we have all these debate rooms where these guys can't teach the Torah at all. At all. Don't have one Torah lesson. Can't find one deep thing in the Torah. All they're doing is debating on the base level of the text that anyone could read with their own eyes. And it won't take you but 30 minutes a day to do it. Like, come on, man. What are we doing? We're supposed to be expounding upon the deeper things within the scriptures. Like, oh, man. And then the perspective that everything is fulfilled. Okay, fine. But that doesn't mean that the habits and that the bad things that happen, you can't see it today. That's being a smart idiot. That's literally being a smart idiot. Oh yeah, it's all fulfilled. Okay, whatever, fine. So these examples of things that are happening in it, you can't see it today and how what's gonna happen and how you get around it or what you should do. Like that's being dumb. Like we're supposed to be smart with the Tanakh. The Torah is supposed to be make you smart. And now for the recording, let me correct that. What I said, 30 minutes. That was being way too nice. Let's read what it says again. Spend 30 minutes a day reading the prophets, and a month from now, you'll finish all 17 prophetic books. All right, let's go back up. In just 12 minutes a day, you could read the whole Bible in a year. Man, come on, man. 12 minutes a day. 12 minutes a day. That's nothing. You know what we spend 12 minutes doing? That it goes by super quick. Hit your alarm snooze button twice. That's like 12 minutes. And that goes by like that. Like it never even happened.
But you know what, Vito? They mostly be lustful.
Yeah, that's the reason why when we go to certain chapters and verses, it should be nothing to like read the whole content to get the full understanding. This precept upon precept, line upon line, that's making people confused. It's like, oh, where's that chapter at? In chapter 29, Ezekiel 29. All right, let's read it from the beginning so we could get the full understanding. We got all the time in the world. What's the rush?
They trying to cut you. That's why instead of learn something. Instead of building
Exactly.
upon what the text, instead of building what on the text is actually trying to teach us on a deep sense, they're just trying to somehow cut you on something that you may have not seen in the text or whatever. But like when we all read the text in its entirety, that doesn't happen anymore. And this guy's magic tricks, they fade away like it never happened. Because when you first start coming to be an Israelite, the camp videos, like the stuff that the camps do when you don't know the Bible, it's like magic tricks with the Bible. Like, oh wow, I didn't know that was in there over and over and over again. But after a while, it's like, bro, come on, man, that doesn't even mean that. It's the same thing these brothers are doing today with this other stuff.
Yeah, facts. You know it's crazy, but I've been seeing no Israelites out here for real. All right, man,
Well, that's the thing.
I haven't
Like
seen no.
when they're like, it's weird because I don't actually look to contend with people ever. So when they try to like contend with me, I'll like kind of deal with it for a little bit, and then I'll just ask them a question and confound them. Like very quickly, and they get pissed off at me. And I'm like, well, brother, isn't that what you wanted? Like, okay, so you're only allowed to confound me. Is that what we're doing? Like, come on, bro. Like, that's weird stuff. That's like wizardry and witchcraft.
Yeah, shit, bro. You know what's crazy too? Like where I'm at right now, bro. It be too much wickedness. But they go to a place where bro, they go to a place where there's crackheads at, and they know they're not gonna listen, and they don't care. Like bro, you talking to a transgender, and she's and the motherfucker is white. She's not even black.
Well, that's like what we're doing. We're like trying to convince transgenders that transgender or whatever that what they actually are. And they're like, nope, nope, nope. And I'm like, bruh, okay. And this is the thing, it's a respect thing, right? So watch this, Miguel, right? So the brothers that have converted to Judaism that are Yah only now, this is why it happened. They went to a synagogue out of curiosity. They were like, why are you here? What do you want? Who are you? Right? And they're like, okay, fine, come in the back here. And the rabbi starts talking to them like the Godfather, very low. And you have to lean in to hear what he says. And they probably tell him that too. You better lean in and hear what he says if you want to hear it, because he ain't going to raise his voice for you. You either hear it or you don't. And you know what he does? He goes through all the prophecies and removes JC up out your mind in 20 minutes. And they're like, wow. And they don't even interrupt him one time. But you know what they do to us? Try to stop you every time you say something, yell at you, argue with you, demean you, whatever, right? And that's why they don't learn anything because they actually, in fact, don't respect you at all.
I actually got into it with like this girl. She was gay. Like at first, I didn't know she was gay. I was just teaching her about the truth. But I didn't even go what she said because I was like, what the hell? It like pissed me off what she said. But then she's like, yeah. And you know how they see it, bro? They be like, pray to your sky daddy. I'm like, nigga, what, bro? So it's like they choose to ignore the whole thing. They don't care at all. Like even when I was showing her scripture, she didn't care. I didn't know she was gay, but still.
But yeah,
Yeah.
like I said, this it's that easy, right? It's that easy for a rabbi to take Jesus out of someone's mind because number one, for some reason, Jake, right? He respects the rabbi for some reason, but doesn't respect you and me. So he's going to sit there with his mouth shut, right? And it's only going to take the rabbi 20 minutes to deal with Isaiah 7, Isaiah 53, to deal with Psalms 110, right? To deal with all these things, right? It take him 20 minutes at the most, right? Without interruption, without no bull crap. And he'll remove the JC about your mind. And we could easily do that with them the same exact way. But the problem is that they do not respect you at all. They don't care what you have to say because the man worship, we know JC is not real, but the concept of man worship is very real. Favorite rapper, favorite ball player, favorite singer, favorite dancer, favorite table tennis player, right? All this weird stuff, right? All this man worship, and they don't have zero. They have zero love for you, zero respect for you. When you sitting there trying to show them something, right? They'll fight you down, bro. You wanna know why? That's part of the curses, man. Confusion, insanity. So when you ask them a logical question, right? You go to the brothers that converted to the Judaism. Hey, why is it that you listened to the rabbi intently and didn't interrupt him when he showed you what that Jesus was not real? They don't have no answer. They just obeyed the same way these fake gangster dudes that are on here in the name of Yahweh now, right? When the police pull them over, their heart be beating out their chest, and if the police tell them to stand on one foot and rub their head and pat their head and rub their belly and jump in a circle and bark like a dog, they gonna do it. But tell them to tell you that. Tell them to tell you that they love you, and watch how they turn into a demon.
I'm already knowing, bro. But it's a whole different thing. If you tell a black woman that God is a woman, bro, I'll bet you they repent.
Well, this is the thing. Ain't they supposed to be? Isn't it a commandment for them to love you? So there's my point.
Yeah.
My point is when we're dealing with the Christians, it's not to come from an angle that they even believe in the book at all, because they actually don't. And that's something that we all come to grips with when we become Yah only. We start to realize that we did not believe in this book and we believed in something else, a belief about the book. So showing them all the prophecies and all that other stuff and having them argue with you and defile the scriptures in Yahweh's name and all this that they do is actually pointless. You're supposed to show them very simply that they don't believe in that book. They're believing in something else. And then you give them the option, like how Yahweh gave our ancestors. This day I present to you life or death. Life or death. If you choose life, if you choose death. Walk in the way of my commands or don't. Joshua 1 and 8. That's what you show them. You show them Deuteronomy 28, right? Read the whole thing through with them, right? Hey, is this not what's happening to you and your family since you've been in this country? They're going to be like, yeah. Like, read verse 58 again. If you do not fulfill all these commandments, all these things will happen to you. Well, how do we keep all the commandments? Joshua 1 and 8. Do not let this book of the Torah depart from your mouth. You shall meditate upon it night and day, and then you will be able to do all the things that are written in it, and then you will find your way and have good success. That's it. That's what was written. Not no other stuff that they're making up inside of their mind. You got to get them to control that when you're talking to them. There ain't no other way to do it. There ain't no other way to do what's inside of that book besides how he just told you you could do it. These are the things you got to get them to understand. You got to get them to control these thoughts that are coming to their mind. You make them control it on their own. Be like, yo, do you believe in what this book says or no? So when I show them Joshua 1 and 8, where it says, then you will be able to do all that is written in it, and then you will find your way and have good success if you meditate upon the Torah night and day, right? Then you could find out who you're dealing with. Be like, hey man, what did this verse tell you to do? That some of them are gonna talk about Jesus, bro. We didn't already did this experiment a million times on here. They're gonna be talking about Jesus for some reason. That's how you know if some of them are even Israelites. You're just asking them what a sentence says. What did this sentence just tell you to do? Oh, think about Jesus. Well, bro, you might not be an Israelite. You got to get that reading comprehension checked out because it didn't say nothing about that in this one sentence. One sentence, bro. And they'll have 20 different interpretations of it instead of just doing what it said. Do not let this book of the Torah depart from your mouth. You shall meditate upon this Torah night and day. And then you will be able to do all the things that are written in it. Then you will find your way and have good success. That's simple mathematics right there, bro. You got to get them to control whatever's going on in their mind, bro. And once they start to control it and be like, hey, you don't see the thoughts that are coming to your mind trying to deal with counteract your rationality? And then they'll be like, yeah, I see it. And then you got them. Boom, they're good. They're good from there. And you go to Proverbs 28, verse 4 and 5. Those that forsake the Torah praise the wicked. Those that keep the Torah contend with them. Then you let them know, hey, that's why we were kind of having a scuffle just now. It's literally just because of that. Because I'm trying to think about the Torah all day so I can do all the things that are written in it. And you trying to tell me about Jesus, bro. Say, meditate upon the Torah night and day. There's only night, there's only day in 24 hours. How do we fit JC in there, right? So that's why Proverbs verse 28, verse 4. Those that forsake the Torah praise the wicked. Those that keep the Torah contend with them. So that's why we even having an issue, bro. And you let them know that's why we having a problem right now. There's actually no other problem besides that. I'm trying to keep the Torah in my mind and meditate upon it night and day so that I could do all the things that are written in it so these curses can go away. And you trying to tell me about some Jesus, bro. So who's trying to do what the Bible say, me or you? And they'll be like, oh man, I know God. All right, you know God. Do you understand all things? They're going to say no. Verse 5. Those men of evil do not understand judgment, but those that seek Yahweh understand all things. So this God that they dealing with is not making them understand all things because they don't have the Torah to decipher all things. Understand and knowing are two different things. Da'at is knowledge. Binah is understanding. Hakamah is wisdom, right? And I'm not saying do you know all things. I'm not expecting the brother to know how to build a rocket ship, right? But if he go to school to build rocket ships, will he be able to figure it out and be able to complete school through all the trials and tribulations that he may face with the Torah? Yes. Understand all things. So this God that they dealing with, oh, you don't show them how to understand anything. Let's go back to that Joshua 1 and 8 and how they stumbling off one sentence. But they geniuses, bro. They be doing brain surgeries, or you would not believe the professions that the people that we run into on this app that they actually have. Brain surgeons, aerospace engineers, uh, medical equipment technicians, all this stuff, bro. Right? Let them decipher one sentence in that book. They're gonna stumble on it. That's not a natural thing. This is a supernatural phenomenon. This is the Most High doing that. Why? Because the Torah is your knowledge, is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of all nations, not the other monkey riding a dang unicycle beating the two hi hat drums together. That's circus freak stuff. We talking about, hey, can you understand this one sentence right here? You know what I'm saying? So the approach that I take is a highly psychological and neurological approach where I have them focus on those verses and their understanding in the sight of all nations, not the other monkey riding a dang unicycle beating the two hi hat drums together. That's circus freak stuff. We talking about, hey, can you understand this one sentence right here? You know what I'm saying? So the approach that I take is a highly psychological and neurological approach where I have them focus on those verses and their responses, right? I'm focusing on the frontal lobe of the brain and the executive functions. And I know where to go from there. When I see which executive function, whether it's judgment, the ability to plan, self monitor, whatever, right, is going off. And then I know which step to take next. They're focused predominantly on the verse, the base level of the text. What does this mean? What does Joshua 1 and 8 say? Meditate upon the Torah night and day. And why is this guy asking me, is there only night and only day in 24 hours? Sometimes they'll say, yeah, there's only night and day in 24 hours. But that could go two ways. They'll be like, no, there's all type of things in 24 hours, right? I'll be like what? And they'll say all the different things that comes to their mind within 24 hours. And I'll say, what's supposed to be on your mind according to this verse? The Torah. So then they're in a position where, hey, you either believe what this book says or you don't. That's your choice. And then you take them to this verse right here. Or I'll ask them like like a kind of sarcastic question. Oh, so you like the curses, right? Or so you don't believe in the Torah, right? And those questions actually makes them want to prove they believe in the Torah. So it's like it's actually very proactive to do these things, right? Oh, watch this. So then you take them to Deuteronomy 30 and 19. I call to heaven, I call heaven and earth this to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and the cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. And you say, dude, don't you want you and your seed to live? They'll be like, yeah. Well, it says, if you do all that I command you this day, then I will prolong your life and the life of your children. Say, bro, do you believe in this book or no? You don't sit there and try to convince them that JC is not the God and Yahweh is the real God. They don't care about Yahweh. They, in fact, don't care about this book. You got to make them care. You got to give them the choice to care. Because you got to understand, when they come to Yah only, they didn't know this God. They knew some other God. They didn't know this text. This text is how you get to know them, right? It's a whole psychological process, right? So, like I said, we give them the simple verses to focus on. Excuse me, it's kind of like cold out here. We give them the simple verses to focus on, but we focus on the frontal lobe of the brain and its functions, the executive function. Let me pull it up, see what we got here. So, okay, frontal lobe functions, right? As it says, the frontal lobe is important for voluntary movement, expressive language, and managing higher level executive functions. The executive functions refer to a collection of cognitive skills, including the capacity to plan, organize, initiate, self-monitor, and control one's responses in order to achieve a goal. Now, when you tell them that, oh, I have those things, I already have that. What's wrong with you? You think I don't have that? I'm telling you that this book says you don't have that because the Torah is that. So you ask me, do you believe in this book or not? See what I'm saying? That's a very effective approach, right? Now, these executive functions, they're expressed through language and expressed through voluntary movement. So without the Torah, your judgment, your ability to plan, self-monitor is based on the society that you're in and how you function in that society without the Torah. So your movement, the way you move and the way you speak is actually expressed through this. But when you add the Torah, it corrects this portion of the frontal lobe, which has actually been damaged through our captivity. Our captivity has actually caused inherited damage to the frontal lobe of our brain. Okay, it's a true fact. So all the brothers that go into genetics, I tell them all the time, like, please study genetics on this stuff. Because if you're breaking down genetics and all this other stuff and you still believe in Jesus, you're a smart idiot. We don't want to hear nothing you got to say. We're good. You better get this Torah. Better drop JC. Then we'll listen. But the idiots will listen. That's what they do. That's all they do. But anyway, so the Torah actually it heals the frontal lobe of the brain as per Psalms 19 verse 7. The Torah of Yah is perfect, restoring the nafesh or the mind, converting the mind. The testimony of Yah is faithful, making the simple one wise. So the executive function, cognitive skills, it improves that. It heals that portion of the brain, including the capacity to plan, right? So you see what's going on around you in a different way because now the story of the Exodus and all these things is very relevant to you. And you have other examples of the other captivities in there on what you should be doing to get yourself out of the situation, to organize, to initiate, self monitor, and control one's responses in order to achieve a goal. This is Torah 101, right? And then you start to walk differently, the voluntary movement, the expressive language, start to deal with each other different. You stop being an alien and afraid to tell your brother that you love him. right? So you're afraid to tell your brother you love him because you think it might be gay, right? When you're supposed to be commanded to love him, right? But you'll call the sisters B's and H's and you don't think that's funny stuff, right? So the frontal lobe is damaged. It's actually psychosis. Now, let's go to psychosis. A mental disorder characterized by disconnection from reality. Psychosis may occur as a result of psychiatric illness like schizophrenia, and other instances may be caused by a health condition or genetics, right? Possible symptoms include delusions, right? Oh, I don't want to tell my brother that I love him because it make me sound fruity, but I'm going to call our sisters B's and H's. This is a delusion because in this book they're claiming to believe it. You're commanded to love me. It's a delusion. Hallucinations, right? Hallucinations. Trying to tell me that JC is here and he's not here. Hallucinations. Oh, I heard him speaking to me my whole life. No, you didn't. All right, let's continue. Talking incoherently. That's what they do. Every time we talk to a Christian on here, they're so afraid of being confounded. It's not even funny. You're literally on the verge of an argument anytime you talk to them. Even ones that you like, you have to be so careful and delicate with them. 'Cause you're literally on the verge of offending them for some reason. Right? How can you offend someone that believes in no laws? They basically think everything's right, right? Huh. Hallucinations, talking incoherently, agitation, right? The person with the condition usually isn't aware of his or her behavior. Wow. So the Torah is actually the first book of psychology and neuroscience, unless they could find one older than that, which they're not going to. No, brother, Menelik, we don't ever know what you be talking about, brother. You be making that stuff up. The Torah only says what it says. Oh, really? Psalms 119, verse 18. Uncover my eyes that I may behold the hidden things from the Torah, the hard to see things, the hard to reach things, the secrets, the marvelous things, the wondrous things from the Torah. Wow. Well, what are these things, guy? Back to them hallucinations again. Huh? See what I'm saying? We don't treat them like that. You got to show them actual respect. See, like giving them the credit that they actually believe in the book. That's like where we're going wrong. You see what I'm saying? They are actually scared to death when we go into scriptural battles with them. They have actually this feeling of being afraid of being confounded. But when you're actually studious in the Tanakh, you're not going to be confounded by anybody. So we don't have that. I don't feel that when I'm talking to them. Anytime I ever get into one of these weird conversations with these guys, I assure you, I never feel this feeling that they're feeling where they're like deathly afraid of being confounded. They're afraid of anything that you're going to say. I promise you, they're afraid of anything. That's why it turns into the arguments and the screaming matches, and they try to stop you from talking. And they know the audience has like a 6 second attention span. So if they do it long enough, they'll forget what you're even talking about. And if 20 people come in, they could flip it on you to make you look crazy. I'm fully aware of all of this because the fear of being confounded is not present. So I'm like looking at it from a different angle than they are. I'm in fact watching the chess game. I'm not playing in it. I refuse to play it. I'm watching the game. Imagine letting people make multiple chess moves on the chessboard and you don't make any and they still lose. That's what they're doing. Like, well, bro, how'd you lose? Like, you're the only one moving. Oh, you're moving my pieces for me. Interesting theory. You don't have to play the game. Why play? Because when you play the game, even from the beginning of the game, oh no, I want to be this one so I could go first. Man, I don't care. Just go. Just go. Do go. Do what you're gonna do. What you're gonna do, man. And this is all I ask for, right? In every room, wherever it's gonna turn into some sort of scriptural battle, this is all I ask for them. I promise I will let them talk for 20 minutes if they have to. But for the like 2.5 minutes that maybe less that I'm gonna talk, I won't even have to pull the scripture. Whatever I say will come from my memory banks. Just please let me rock out for the little 2 minutes. They can't do it. But the average person is not aware of the witchcraft that actually goes on here. It's amazing to me actually to like kind of like sit back from like a different lens because this is like 99%. Okay, I got what 734 people that follow me. I'm actually not sure why. Only like 12 of them like me. The rest of them actually absolutely hate me for some reason. It's weird stuff, man. It's weird stuff. Very, very weird stuff. But it's interesting though. Because like I said, like I'm coming from like a psychological, neurological standpoint. So like the base level of the text, this is what goes on the app. Any one of these biblical rooms where they're arguing, somebody brings out a verse. Someone's like, well, no, this one says this. And then the other person's like, well, nope. Didn't know this was one in here, huh? Didn't know this one was in here, huh, guy? Gotcha. Bam. Gotcha. Well, you can't do that to me, sir, because I know everything that's in this book. What's wrong with you? What are you trying to do? Tell me what something means. Let's go into something that we agree what the base level of the text is saying, but what does it actually mean? How does this restore my soul? Like how the text is telling me that it does. Because Joel Osteen knows the Exodus story, but is it restoring his soul? No. Why is that? Like we said, if you spend 12 minutes a day, you'll read the entire Bible in a year. That's very like simple mathematics right there. Uh, so 99% of the time, we're arguing with people that are definitely, we don't even want to argue, right? We literally try to be like so peaceful with them or whatever, right? But they're deathly afraid that you're going to say something to confound them. And it's like, bro, like, well, why are you out here like that? Like, why don't you just listen? Like, what is it going to hurt to just sit and listen? What's wrong with that? So back to, right? Because when we go in a circle, we don't just run around in the circle for fun. We spiral up. So the beginning of the circle was, the base level was, the brothers that converted to Judaism, they found out Jesus was not real in a matter of 20 minutes because they sat there and gave that rabbi respect for no reason. The respect they will not give you, right? So when there's no respect there, is the respect actually supposed to be looked at from the perspective of if you're playing the game, right? You'll see oh, why don't they respect me? Why don't they just listen to me? Like we could show them the same stuff. No, they're not respecting, in fact, Yahweh. So you don't have to play the game. But sometimes, occasionally, I'll play the game. Very occasionally, I'll play the game. And I'll pull this chess move on you where I'll move one piece and then, right? And then I'll win. But I win nothing, in fact. It's just to make them stop. But this is the weird thing, right? Because there's 1,001 things in this book that I could just go room to room and just confound people in the book, right? Just with one question over and over and over and over and over again, right? But you earn nothing with this. So if I were to put all of that in a book, they would read that, but in fact not read the Torah. Meditate upon a night. They would study this book here. Where I write, oh, this is how you trick people with the book, and this is how you confound them with one question, 1,000 different ways, 1,000 ways to die. Choose one. Right? So it's a sincerity issue. So the questions that I ask are, in fact, honesty questions, right? Psychological questions. When demanded of the Pharisees when the kingdom of heaven should come, Sneeza said, the kingdom of heaven comes not with observation. Neither should they say, here it is or there it is. The kingdom is within you. You ask them, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? If they're honest, they're going to say within me, in your hand or your foot or in your mind. They'll say their mind. Does he exist anywhere else? They'll say no if they're honest. Honesty questions. It's that easy. Literally that easy. You don't have to go into Isaiah with these people, man. They don't believe in Isaiah. They don't believe in Isaiah. They don't care what Isaiah says. They just don't want to be wrong about everything they believe their whole life. So you don't go from that angle. You go from the angle of, what does it say here? Let's go back to it. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you that I have set before you life and death, blessing and the curse. Therefore choose life that both thou and thy seed may live. Be like, bro, you don't want your children and you to live long, healthy, happy life? Yes, I do. Do you believe in the Bible? Yes, I do. All right, so let's read this verse. If you do not fulfill all the words of this Torah, all these curses will come upon you. Do you want to know how to fulfill the Torah, brother? Yes. Joshua 1 and 8. Do not let the book of the Torah depart from your mouth. You shall meditate upon it night and day, and then you will be able to do all the things that are written in it. Then you will find your way and have good success. Simple mathematics. I'm going on mute, man. At least we got that on the record.
Hey, what's funny about what you're saying is right. When it comes to their deity, JC, they would tell us that JC is the word, and JC will actually show you the things out the Torah. Not only will he show you, he will explain to you the deep things out the Torah. That's how delusional they are, because JC doesn't explain to you, or to in the stuff that's written about him. It does not explain the secret things out the Torah. It covers a major part, which is love thy brother. They cover that part, but the secret things on how to walk is like, well, JC walked for us already, so we don't have to walk anymore. Like, we just have to just believe in JC, and not stop believing in him. But they will literally tell us that JC is teaching them how to walk in the Torah. Yeah, man, I'm not sure if you remember that dude that was saying that how the New Testament teaches you the things of the Old Testament, like it gives you an understanding of the Old Testament. Oh man, I had to laugh on that one because he was literally saying that, well, the New Testament gives you the understanding of the Old Testament. Why do they say that? Well, because JC say something like that was so like mind blowing. One of JC's teachings is that, you know, the Torah says when you make a vow, you ought to fulfill that vow. But JC said, I'd rather you not make a vow. Yeah, JC, that's mind blowing. Exactly. Why am I gonna make a vow that I'm not gonna fulfill? Like, that's elementary. Don't make a vow unless you know you're gonna fulfill it. But you know you're not gonna fulfill it. Don't make that vow. JC didn't have to tell you that. That's common sense.
Yeah, I'm still here, bro. I hear you. I
No,
think that
I'm at
brother
work, so go
Soul may have.
ahead.
Oh no, you good. I think that brother Soul may have fell asleep. We want to keep the replay, so I'm about to ping everybody to the next room. Make a simple room.